of the covenant with all humanity. What is our goal? It is I would say, not our goal as a people. What is our common goal for everyone in this world? And maybe it's forgotten that Torah is a universal message. And that if we read simply Torah, we can see that the first words that God gave to Abraham when he was elected is, by you will all the nations, all the families of the earth will be blessed.
He's the father
Oh, yes, and after this, the father of all mankind.
Yeah.
And what is the difference between our personal mission as people of Israel and the mission of all humanity? I would say that there is a particular way of holiness in our nation. It is the collective sanctity, collective holiness. Because as a nation, we are the sons of God. But in the whole humanity, everyone as an individual is the son of God. And we can teach the humanity how to become holy nations, as it is written in Zechariah, in the second chapter. The verse is 19. Many nations will gather to God in this day and will be my people. So it is revolutionary because do you want? Okay. Now it's scared. Many nations will gather to God these days, and there will be my people. What does it mean? It is revolutionary. It means that we, as the Jewish people, we are the firstborn of God. But many nations can become after us the sons of God as nations, not only as. And maybe you know, sure that you know, what is the slogan of Judaism. Shema Yisrael Hashem Eloheinu Hashem Echad. Listen, Israel, our God is one. And it is often presented as a monotheistic verse. Yes, you know that Judaism is monotheistic. Where is it written? Shema Yisrael. But if we learn precisely what does it mean, it may sound ugly. Rashi, the Greek commentator, says, Shema Yisrael, listen Israel, Hashem Eloheinu, God is our God, and not of the nations. If God is only the God of Israel, who is the God of the nations? And Hashem God will become one God for everyone in the end of history, with the achievement of history. I would say that the Messianic era is not the end of history, it's the beginning of a normal history. Because when you have a world full of wars, of injustice, of so much problems, it's not a normal human history. We wait for the beginning of a normal history, and it will come only when we will work together. What do we give to humanity? Many things. You know, the idea that is promoted today, that the idea of the clash of civilizations. Nominally, the American thinker Huntington It says that there is a class of civilization and it is a real world today. Today, we have a class of two principal centers of dealing of the idea. The Western world, the Islamic world. The Western world goes from philosophy, the idea that in the center of the universe is man. What about God? Yes, humanistic. Yes. And what about God? He isn't very big. He exists. But if he exists, the role of God is not to disturb only man, and the man is in the place of God. If you see what the Islamic world thinks, it is exactly the contrary. It says that only God is the value, and man has to submit itself to God. It is the signification of the word Islam, submission. Now, but what do we propose? We propose not the God in the center or man in the center. We speak about a dialogue, collaboration with man and the Creator. It is the achievement of the world of the achievement of creativity, of the creation. And that is one of the ideas that we promote. Because if we want to bring peace between civilizations, we must find a center in which civilization can meet together. We are the place of meeting. I would say another thing. We can speak also about unity of values. Christianity has adopted love as only one value, and Islam has adopted the justice of the only one value, and we are where we help the value. For this, I wrote a book about Noahide law in 17 languages. We have also a book of prayer translated in only 7 languages for now. And we are collaborating with the government of Israel, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Chief Rabbinate of Israel, because we want to promote the Noahism as a mission not only of individuals, but that the mission must be the mission of the state of Israel. You are welcome. Thank you. Thank you for this leader, yes, to have brought you here, and it is an important message that it is the beginning of a new era. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon. First of all, I'm very excited. I need to explain two things. I found myself in the last 5 years running to a lot of places of the world, teaching Noahide people in more than 12 languages. I know only English. Always there's someone that is translating me. My grandfather and grandfather came from Germany. They already passed away, but I know from Germany. But this is an amazing event that you came here to Israel. It's an honor. So first of all, we need to applaud all of you. Second point that is very important to say. The I was very happy and satisfied because the Maimonides is explaining that there are two ways how to behave as a Noahide. Most of the people of the world don't want to kill. It's not something that someone have, I will say, a Yetzer Hara. It's something that is running in to kill others. Most people of the world don't want us to steal. Now the question is, why are they doing this? And the Maimonides is explaining that there is a very big difference. If you do this because logically it's something that you need to do, and then you worshiping your logic. Or you're doing it because God is telling you to do this, and then you're getting close to God. Those are two different things. And the Maimonides is explaining that to become a Noahide, you need to sit there. You need to say that you're connected to the rabbis. And I heard you from Wolf that this is what's happening here. Yeah, that you are declaring that you're part of it. I want to surprise you all. Wolf is your permission. I'm going to send you, sending you something now on the phone. Send you on the phone. If you can send it to all of them, send it now. Send it now. And I want to share with you, with all of you, a special surprise that we brought you. Okay? We have a site, we have an internet site, that people from all over the world are signing in as Noahide. Now, one of the things that we prepared here, we are giving you as a present the Noahide Shulchan Aruch that was written by another Jewish who applies it also. It's in the German language. As you will see here, all of you, we have enough for all of you, I think.
Wow.
Have enough over here. It is a, first of all, the chief rabbis of Israel are saying, declaring, or they're stating, they're giving all the privilege for our Shirki for doing this book. And they're acknowledging the chief rabbis of Israel, saying that this is a great book. I can tell you that in the Hebrew version, we have also a lot of discussions between the rabbis about the points here. Each point also have the exact source, that everything is related with the Hebrew sages along history. Now we're also giving lessons of this and everything else. It's in your language. It's not mine. I don't know if but we have it also in other languages. If you want to use Chinese, I'm going to ask you to watch Chinese. So we have also Chinese, we have others, 17 languages. And people all over the world, there are communities growing up in very countries. They're not like was it as the umbrella of all of the North Africa. We are inviting you to take part of this also with us. We will also organize a group. Special class in Israel, not 1 day, not 2 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you want. We visited the main support. What?
We come from support. Thanks to God. Thanks to God.
You're not frightened.
That's what I thought.
But you have the connection, organize. And also, if you want to start doing also lessons, by the way, if you were speaking German, Yiddish. Chinese. Okay. Again, you're not writing So we are inviting you also to get connected with us, with the Noahide, World Center, like all of the other communities that we have. For those of you who are speaking in Spanish, they also speak in Spanish on the side. And now Wolf also will send you on the side in the way to declare in your language to become part of those who are under the rabbis. I know that also means something similar, but this is the main thing that is related also to the foreign ministry in other places, that is related to the Israel state. And the more welcome to share it with everybody. We have a lot of basic knowledge, important knowledge also in the German language. There are people from Germany who are translating all the side important things to the German language, like the other languages that we have. So welcome, blessings, and I'm sure that the connection, the relationship with the Israel nation will give you a lot of blessings also. Thank you very much. Thank you. We came from Jerusalem, especially Britain. And some also came from Jerusalem. Maybe we put the next one is also there. So thank you very much for the rabbis for coming. Now I would like to invite my next friend, Ephraim, a big scholar that was speaking Spanish. For the Spanish people here, Rabbi Haifa, please come here. And I also would like to use this opportunity to give him a little gift from us, from this Chabad house. He helps us run this center. So from me and from my wife, to you, Rabbi Eliyahu. So he will address us in the language of Spanish.
מצוין. עד שיצטלם בתעודה.
כן. תביא לו את ה... בן ציון, תביא לו את התעודה לעשות תמונה. לא, הצד שני זה התעודה.
וזה... מאבד את המעמד?
Ya saben quiénes hablan español. Si hay alguno, uno más, dos.
Hola, loco.
No hablan. Soy español. Y pues es un honor que me hayan aceptado la invitación de la canción. Voy a hablar un poco de Dios, hablar un poco de cosas espirituales. La primera pregunta que nos podemos hacer, si somos todos creyentes en Dios, y sabemos que Dios creó el mundo, ¿tenemos duda de eso? No tenemos duda de eso. Sabemos que Dios creó el mundo. La pregunta con la que quiero iniciar es ¿por qué Dios creó el mundo? ¿Por qué Dios creó al ser humano? ¿Por qué puedo ser eso? ¿Tiene alguna respuesta? ¿Tiene alguna respuesta? Dios creó es absolutamente completo, es absolutamente, no existe en Dios ninguna necesidad, no existe en Dios nada que necesite completo, es talento. La palabra que veo es talento, absolutamente completo. Sin embargo, para una edad que pretende dar, que quiere dar, necesita alguien que dar. Necesita dar a alguien. Es un rey que tiene todo. Si él quiere dar y no tiene nadie que dar, ¿puede ser rey? No. Todo el motivo de la creación del mundo, todo el motivo de la creación del mundo, es que Dios en su infinito generosidad deseó dar parte de él, y así fue como creó el ser humano. Si vemos nosotros la naturaleza, el ser creado que tiene más necesidades, es el ser humano. Por tanto, toda la finalidad de la creación, toda la finalidad de que Dios creó este mundo es darnos. Por tanto, Dios quiere darnos. Nosotros, para poder recibir, tenemos que crear un recipiente adecuado a esa gente. Para poder recibir. ¿Cómo nosotros, seres humanos, podemos hacer de nosotros un recipiente adecuado para poder recibir todo lo que Dios quiera? Hay dos caminos. Uno, amar a Dios.
Amar a Dios. ¿Cómo puedo amar? Reconociendo todo el bien que me hace. Dios nos da salud, nos da hijos, nos da esposas, nos da trabajo, nos da comida, nos da poder ver, poder andar, poder vivir. Todo eso lo da Dios. La persona es consciente de que todo eso, todo lo que tengo, ¿de dónde viene? Viene de Dios. ¿Cuánto más y más voy a poder agradecerle? Cuanto más la persona agradece a Dios, cuanto más la persona es consciente de que todo lo que tiene es de Dios, está siendo recibido mucho más grande para poder recibir de Él. Como te quería decir, toda la humanidad recibió la Biblia, la Torá. La Torá, tenemos que hacer saber, no es patrimonio exclusivo del pueblo judío. La Torá se dio al mundo entero para elevar el mundo como cumpliendo lo que Dios dice. Existe una relación entre el creador y el ser creado. Y esa relación se materializa en un libro de instrucciones del mundo. Se llama Torah, se llama Biblia. Solamente la persona que es capaz de llevar una vida como está escrita en ese libro puede conectarse con Dios. La persona que su vida no está como en ese libro, es decir, no roba, no mata, no engaña, no comete adulterio, tiene un solo Dios en su vida, esa persona está conectada con Dios, esa persona está enganchada a Dios. Si no, no está conectada. ¿Qué mejor para un ser creado que reconocer quién es su padre? Fíjense una cosa. A Dios le causa una infinita satisfacción cuando sus hijos miran hacia adelante. Escuchen bien, todos los seres humanos tenemos problemas. Todos los seres humanos tienen problemas con el dinero, con la salud, con la esposa, con los hijos, con el trabajo. La forma única de solucionar esos problemas es mirando hacia arriba. Cuando la persona es capaz de decir, Dios me mandó estos problemas, solamente Él puede eliminar. Por supuesto, la persona tiene que hacer una acción. Pero es una acción. Está enfermo, y al médico tiene que tomar medicamentos. Pero solamente cuando él decide que Dios le mandó la enfermedad, y es más, que para su bien, pero no lo entiende. Esa persona está en el camino de conectarse con Dios, de buscar su misericordia. Toda la base del mundo, todos los seres humanos tenemos la obligación, todos, de tener fe en Dios. Y el mundo llegará a su perfección cuando todos los seres humanos crean en un solo Dios. Por tanto, yo para terminar esta experiencia, les animo a todos a llevar una vida más espiritual, una vida donde Dios forme parte de sus vidas, que Dios esté en sus vidas, que cada vez que tenemos un problema, pedir a Dios que nos ayude. En cada circunstancia, agradecer a Dios. Vamos a que viaje, gracias. Comimos, gracias. Estamos sanos, gracias. Cada momento, la persona tiene que tener todos los días momentos para hablar con Dios, para agradecerle, para tenerlo en su vida. Por supuesto es difícil, la vida material no es fácil, tenemos muchas obligaciones, mucho compromiso, visión de cada uno de nosotros, de traer a Dios a este mundo. Dios tiene que estar en este mundo, aquí. Cuando hablamos de Él, los amigos, en nuestras familias, cuando le pedimos, o lo alabamos, lo halagamos, hacemos de este mundo, hacemos un lugar para Dios. De este mundo hacemos un lugar para Dios. Así que muchas gracias por el tiempo. Espero que sea muy útil.
Would like to thank Chacham Eliyahu coming to speak to us in Spanish, to respect us to this place. Thank you very much. Now I will tell you a very interesting story.
Ja, das sieht jetzt so aus, als hätte uns der Host leider verlassen. Verbindung zusammengebrochen. Wir warten mal einen kurzen Augenblick.
Ich bin ein sehr kleiner, scharfer Denker. Es werden von mir heute keine Kuschelworte hören. Es wird sehr abschulden, aber schnell abschulden. Bei mir wird sehr scharf gesprochen. Sie erwartet eine feurige Rede, die ihr Leben verändert. Oder Sie können noch einlassen. Das heißt, darf ich Sie bitten, auch das letzte Bitte, das wird was geschafft. Ich möchte Sie bitten, mir zuzuhören. Es geht darum, meine Eltern waren große Denker in Deutschland, die trotzdem nicht. כן.
כל הכבוד יובל על התרומות שלך ועל העזרה שלך.
Nochmal. Ich bin Sohn berühmter Eltern, bin sehr dankbar dafür. Hannes hat schon geübt, Hannes wird weiterentwickeln. Keine nackten Frauen im Internet, sondern bitte meine Eltern schauen. Meine Eltern waren große Brückenbauer im jüdisch-christlichen das heißt sehr groß. Das ist ein großer Gemeinde. Und ich möchte Sie in klaren deutschen Worten verstehen, weil ich sehr ganz deutsch bin. sich der Mühe zu beziehen, im Hotel, im Internet, das sind alle haben, zu schauen, wer diese Menschen sind. Es wird in Bildung deutscher Menschen dahin. Wiederhole ich mal so in Deutsch. Ich möchte sie Joint nicht geben. Im Hotel oder außerhalb des Hotels. Unter Pitchersten und nehme ich das immer weg, zu schauen, dass diese Menschen nach dem Menschheitsverbrechen der Nazis, deren Nachbarn sie auch sind, sie haben Eltern, die zugeschaut haben, und versagt haben, seit ja mal nicht versagt haben. So sind ich auch Opfer. Und meine Eltern, die Opfer dieses Genozids sind, haben sich durch Gottes große Gnade entschieden, mein lieber Hannes, besonders sagen, diesen verrückten Ulf, entschieden, in Deutschland vor 50 Jahren ein neues theologisches Bild aufzuschreiben, der Verständnis zwischen Liebe und Liebe. Und meine Eltern haben große Bücher geschrieben, die sie auch kaufen, die Kirche in Deutschland. Es sind jede Deutschen Liebe. Sie werden nur reflektieren, wenn sie die Werke meiner Eltern lesen, die mit Gottes Gnade ganz zu schweigen. Und ich kenne in Deutschland wirklich viele große Männer und Frauen des Dialogtheologies, die alles lieben. Ich kenne in Ulf andere, die in Israel über eine sehr fruchtbare gearbeitet für Christen und für Nichtjuden, für Haifa oder Unterstütze. Ich begegne sehr vielen Nichtjuden, die von mir lernen wollen, weil sie die Tradition meiner großen deutschen Eltern in mir und meiner Tochter wissen. Und jenseits ihrer Spielerei, Entschuldigung, das sage ich bei Geschichte, das heißt, brauchen sie alle, nicht nur, auch dringend wissen, weil wir in einer Zeit leben, in der es aufbricht. Das Haus, das wir aufgebaut haben, ist sehr wichtig. Ki beiti beit filai kare echolami. Wenn man aus dem Haus des Gebets lautet für alle Welt. Das heißt, selbst wenn Sie sich Ephraim mitnehmen, jetzt machen Sie mal, oder noch hin, wenn Sie auch machen wollen. Sie brauchen alle, und ich habe das im Gespräch mit Ulmer ausgearbeitet, mit einem Messerscharfen, dass Ihnen Wissen fehlt, ob Sie ihn fast verwenden. Wenn Sie jetzt nur glauben. Ich biete Ihnen an fundiertes jüdisches Wissen, Hebräischkenntnis, Judenschutzkenntnis, nicht nur allgemeines Geschätz, ich biete Ihnen an, als ein großer Theologe, ich durch Gottes Gnade, geballtes Wissen durch meine Zoom-Auftritte, durch bilaterale Einzelgespräche, Einzelgespräche zur Rückarbeit an die Weltsprache, auch Spanisch und damit Sie gebildetere Christen sind, gebildetere Noachiten oder Onkelschlitzchen, das ist ein Vorstellung, ist gebildetere Menschen sind, die von sich behaupten, das Judentum zu lieben, über Israel zu lieben. Dazu lade ich Sie mit großem Herzen an das Tag. Denn um es sehr hochdeutsch zu sagen, sehr hochdeutsch, es reicht nicht, Tempelsteuer zu kaufen, beziehungsweise einen Münzen runterzustecken, in die Tasche zu stecken. Sie müssen auch wissen, was dahinter steckt. Sie müssen wissen, was Tempel of Relations, wie der Tempelgottesdienst aussagt, was Gott von den Goyim, von den, in Anführungszeichen, heiligen Völkern wirklich hat. Sie müssen mehr Wissen haben. Tempelsteuern hin, Tempelsteuer her. Nette Abstecher bzw. Aufhänger auf der Brust oder auf dem Hinterknie. Das ist Mutterhand. Ich brauche keine Aufkleber, ich habe 1000 Aussendscheine. Brauche ich nicht, sondern ganz viel bewusst. Sie müssen mehr Wissen aufnehmen. Und es gibt heute Möglichkeiten, zum Beispiel durch die Literatur meiner Eltern, noch viele andere, die auch Christen in Deutschland kommen. Es gibt Christen, die in Deutschland akademisch aufwachsen und merken, wir müssen mehr Hebräisch können. Bibelhebräisch, nicht von morgen und Abend, wo ist die Straße, wo ist das Lokal. Bibelhebräisch kennen. Und ich nenne Ihnen gerne solche dringend, nicht zu Ihrer Erneuerung. Denn wenn Sie behaupten, das Land zu lieben und die Ausbildung und dazu kommen, müssen Sie für die Bildung, für die Herzensbildung und wir leben Gott sei Dank und Lob. Ulf, bitte, kein Schwätzen. Ulf, bitte. Jetzt mach mal, kein Problem. Ich brauche dein Ohr. Hau rein. Wir haben heute eine Wissensdiskussion. Weil viele Menschen auch nicht mehr darum geschützt sind, merken, wir wollen das Wort Gottes, das nächste Jesaja-Zeit aus Zion, ob ich da oben dann besser verstehen. Kimitzion Tezetorah und war Adonai Jerusalem. Die Menschen können den Satz verstehen. Die gebildeten Menschen sehr gut. Denn aus Zion kommt das Wort Gottes. Und die Lehre aus Jerusalem und nicht aus Weiter. Können Sie abstimmen. Aber sofort. Und darum möchte ich Ihnen sehr deutlich an den Bescheid geben. Wirklich, ich habe auch YouTube-Auftritte, meine Mutter hat YouTube-Auftritte. Und Sie alles, dass Sie im Bett können. Machen Sie Gebrauch auch von Beziehung, diesen wunderbaren Rabatt, Menschen den Haushändler von seiner Gattin, von mir und meiner Frau, wir bieten vielen Seminaren. Es lohnt sich zu lernen, und zwar nicht nur in der Gespräche, wir zahlen die Terminstellen, das gilt das schlecht. Ganz ungeschön. Ganz eigentlich, das ist nicht zu wenig. Es ist zu wenig, es ist zu wenig. Du kannst das nicht. Es ist mir zu wenig, was Sie denken, wirklich nicht. Sie müssen wirklich sauberes Wissen sich aneignen. Was ist Tora? Was ist Mishnah? Was ist Trennung? Wie hat Jesus zu seiner Zeit gelebt? Was erwartet Gott von uns wirklich? Sie müssen mal ein Kapitel Jesaja mit mir schicken, mit anderen Menschen. Was sagt Jesaja 2 wirklich? Was müssen die Goyim wirklich tun? Außer Nettelsteuer, was ich ja in meiner Tasche schon gesteckt habe, aber es ist zu wenig. Sie müssen mehr tun, Sie können machen, was Sie wollen. Aber wenn Sie von mir ernst genommen werden und von anderen Akademikern und jüdischen Freunden, die ich kenne, auch in Deutschland, biete ich Ihnen an, mehr Bildung, Einbildung, Ausbildung auszunehmen. Und es gibt Bücher, die ich Ihnen empfehlen kann. Ich habe ja Einzelunterricht machen, der trotzdem der ganzen Welt. Und ich bin bekannt als ein Mann, der ein fundiertes Wissen haben darf. Zum Beispiel, was meint Jesaja? Was steht in Jesaja 56, 40, 30, 20, 10? Und ich selbst sage Ihnen, John, selbst ein Mann, der sehr viel gelernt hat, aber weit gelernt. Ich könnte jetzt verlegen und träumen. Weil ich weiß, dass das Judentum so eine riesige Grundschule ist, von der Sie in 100 Leben nicht können. Und darum lade ich Sie ein, in diesen heiligen Hallen Lust, eine heilige Lust zu entwickeln. Mehr zu lernen. Es hat mit Arbeit zu tun. Nicht nur eine kleine Mütze hier auf den Dörfer kaufen, was ich akzeptiere, das nicht. Sondern sich wirklich hinzusetzen, mit Juden zu sprechen, von Juden zu lernen, meine Menschen, meine Person, meine Frau, denn es lohnt sich für das sein. Ich habe so viele ehemals zutiefst unbefriedigte Christen, die keine Ahnung von Christen haben, keine Ahnung von die durch Arbeit mit mir und mit meiner Frau und durch Gottes Glaube völlig erleuchtet sind. Jesaja zum ersten Mal Griechisch und Jeremia und Ezekiel und die Freie der Min, große Gründe der Geschichte des Judentum. Es lohnt sich zu lernen. Judentum, um es auch deutlich und liebevoll auszusprechen, ist eine lernende Kraft. Judentum ist nicht nur in das Heilige Land zu gehen und an der Westmauer zu sitzen und das ist viel zu wenig. Viel zu wenig. Judentum bedeutet, Sie setzen sich hin und lernen. Und wenn Sie das nicht tun wollen, verstehen Sie nicht, was Judentum ist. Sehr stark aus. Sehr stark. Judentum bedeutet, Sie sind gebildet zu lernen und zu lehren. Nicht nur an der Westmauer zu sitzen. Nicht nur Grundlehre zu wollen. Nicht nur auf dem Zionsberg wunderbar kleine Fähnchen aufzustehen. Nicht nur 1000 Aufkleber oder auf das Revier ihrer Jacke zu tragen. Das ist wirklich zu wenig. Wenn Sie wirklich, wenn Sie jeden Menschen in Israel fragen, jeden Professor und Doktor in Diplom-Studien, Judentum heißt Lernen. Und ich bringe ein Zitat dazu, in Psalm 1, sehr biblisch steht drin, wer ist der Mann, der Gott gefällig handelt? Derjenige, der bei Tag und bei Nacht studiert. Kennen Sie das? Ehemalige Christen doch ist. Psalm 1, schon mal gehört. Wer ist ein Mensch, der bei Gott Gunst findet? Ein Mensch, der bei Gott Gunst findet, ist ein Mensch, der über die Tora macht, der große Übersetzer der Schrift ist, ein Jude, sagt ihr, die Tora bei Nacht und bei Tag studiert. Und ein heiliges Verlangen, eine Lust hat, das Wort Gottes zu studieren. Das ist es. Alles andere ist nette Spielerei. Und ich bin so ein Leidenschaft, lustvoller Jugendlicher, dass ich ihm sagen kann, es ist eine Faszination. Ich kann das nicht. Weil es immer noch mehr lernenswert ist. Das ist die kostbaren Fortschritte. Ich kann in jedem Psalm einen Tag lernen. Das haben Sie so nicht erlebt. Weil ich viel lernen durfte und auch viel lehren darf. Ich bin auch ein Lehrer. nicht aufhören zu lernen, so nicht sehr. Das ist auch sehr wichtig. Und somit lade ich Sie wirklich ein, beten Sie zu Gott, diese heilige Lust zu bekommen, das Wort Gottes zu studieren. Das ist die einzige Religion auf der Welt, Judentum, die ein Lernen einfach entwickelt hat, ohne Recht. Das würden wir auch vergessen. Lernen ist Lebenselixier. Lernen ist Lebenselixier. Es ist ein typisches Lernen. Nichts anderes. Das alte deutsche Sprichwort, ich weiß, wird hier 100%. Es geht nicht einfach bei den Spielern wieder ins Reinziehen oder raus. Das ist ein Lernen abgegangen. Klingt mir das an. Sie müssen lernen, wenn Sie dieses Land behaupten zu lieben. Und ich kann perfekte Weltsprache, gibt es Ihnen an, werde Ihnen auch Bücher empfehlen, von Belegen, jüdischer Seite des Gesetzes, denn Sie werden eine Erleuchtung bekommen. Dankeschön, Shalom.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuval.
Bravo.
See, we come to the end of the thank you for respecting us and tell us things to take a second. So we have Spanish, English, and also German now. Now we will have Hebrew, and I will translate. Please, we welcome Rabbi Aviv Zalman. I will tell you a little bit about it this time. It comes from the city of Ariel, and he got from the state of Israel. He got an opportunity that he can judge between people to make peace between people. So he has an official from the government. So please,
Shalom. Shalom. Okay. he
works in a movement called Jerusalem.
ובעצם התנועה הזאת מסתכלת רחוק ורוצה לראות בניין ירושלים, רוצים לראות את בניין בית המקדש.
This movement looks to the future, the birth of the third temple, Jerusalem, salvation.
אבל אחרי שאנחנו מבינים לאיפה אנחנו רוצים להגיע, שואלים מה הצעד הראשון שאנחנו צריכים לעשות.
After we understand we want to bring Geulah, so we need to make a step. What is the first step?
אנחנו מבינים שעוד לפני שיהיה בית מקדש, המוסד הראשון שיהיה הוא הסנהדרין.
Understand that the first group, the rabbinical group that will be when we have the Geulah is the Sanhedrin.
זה בעצם מערכת משפט לאומית שדנה לפי חוקי התורה.
This, the Sanhedrin, as we know, we already know from Rabbi Edri, we know that the Sanhedrin is a group of rabbinical judges that are united together and lead the Jewish people and the entire world by Jewish law.
את זה אנחנו יכולים לעשות כבר היום. אף אחד לא מפריע לנו להתארגן ולבנות את אותה מערכת משפט.
Nobody today is stopping us to make it today, to establish the Sanhedrin and to make the judgment by the Torah and to do justice between people.
אז איך עושים את זה?
So how we do it?
שלב ראשון, אנחנו בונים מנהיגות רוחנית רחבה כלל ישראל.
First step, we build leadership, Israel, that lead for this.
אז אנחנו מזמינים להצטרף למנהיגות הרוחנית כל מי שעונה לאחד משלושת הקריטריונים האלה. או שהוא רב יישוב, או שהוא ראש ישיבה, או שהוא אב בית דין.
So we invite figures to come into this group. They are Rosh Yeshiva. Yeshiva is like University of the Jewish people to learn Torah, Yeshiva, or rabbi of the city.
ואב ביתי.
or a judge in the Jewish court.
ובינתיים הצטרפו למנהיגות הרוחנית של התנועה מאות רבנים מכל החוגים.
So, and for now, they have hundreds of rabbis joined to his movement.
מכל החוגים, זו נקודה חשובה, כי אין עוד גוף אחד בארץ שחברים בו ובעלים עליו רבנים מחוגים כל כך שונים, שבדרך כלל נתונים במחלוקות ביניהם, וכאן הם בשיתוף פעולה ביניהם.
Jewish people, there are disputes, and it's not regular that people unite together. So in his movement, he says it's unique, that they came from different aspects of life, different understandings of the Torah. They all joined to his movement.
אז זה כבר יוצא דופן במובן הזה שאין עוד גוף כזה, שהם לא ממליצים, זה לא המלצות שנותנים ברכה, והם בעד, הם לא תומכים, אלא הם בעלים על העמותה, הם חברי העמותה, הם הבעלים על הארגון. ועוד רבנים מחוגים מאוד מאוד רחבים.
So they join and they become part of this thing. As we have in Nation of Ephraim, you have shares, so on. So they have shares in this movement, and they're all together in this goal.
השלב השני, זה היה שלב ראשון, זאת מנהיגות רוחנית. השלב השני, הם בוחרים, עושים בחירות, וממנים נשיאות במערכת המשפט, ראשי הדיינים בישראל.
So they make elections and they appoint people to be the presidents of this movement.
ועכשיו מגיע השלב החשוב.
Now the important part comes.
אני ואתם, הציבור, מצטרפים לתנועה.
Now comes a very important message that we all join to this message, to this goal.
איך אנחנו עושים את זה? אנחנו חותמים על הסכם בוררות בין כולנו, שבמידה ויש בינינו מחלוקות, אנחנו מיישבים אותם במערכת המשפט התורנית.
So how we do it, how we become part of it, we sign on this document that says that if we have disputes between one another, we will make peace in their movement, in their rabbinical movement, rabbi that they have. And first of all, they already part of this. They help the Jewish people to build the Sanhedrin for now. They invest money and efforts that the Sanhedrin will be established. They're already fathers of this.
הזווית השונה היא, במפעל שלנו, בהסכם בוררות הזה, הוא בעל תוקף משפטי. יש פה הסכם מחייב משפטי, שאומר שבמידה ויש בינינו מחלוקות, אנחנו מחויבים. יש סמכות בכוח, זה לא משהו עתידני, זה משהו שקורה כבר היום. היום אנחנו נותנים להם סמכות ליישב את המחלוקות.
Very important the point that it says, Rabbi Aviv, that what his movement does has
a standing in the government.
Standing in the government means that what he does by judgment is by
Binding, legal and binding.
legal binding is related to the Jewish state, Israel. It's connected to the law. If we want to make this movement judgment, there's
Legal binding.
legal binding.
עכשיו, יש פה עוד מרכיב בתוך ההצטרפות שעוד רגע אני אחלק לכם, והמרכיב הנוסף הוא בחבר בישראל יש שקל אחד, ויש לזה סיבה משפטית.
So he wants to give you a document that you can seal if you want to join this movement. It costs to be a member in this movement of 1 shekel. he wants to 1 month, and he wants to explain why it's 1 shekel for 1 month.
שרק הקביעה של זה עולה לנו יותר מהשקל.
He says that all the bureaucracy costs more, but there is a spiritual thing.
זו סיבה משפטית, כי אחרת בן אדם יגיד, הצטרפתי לפני שנה, ועזבתי לפני חצי שנה. אז מי אמר שהוא עדיין חבר בתנועה? כדי לתת לזה תוקף משפטי מתמשך, אז צריך שיהיה משהו שמבטא את זה שהוא עדיין חבר בתנועה, וזה מה שההוראת קבע הזאת עושה.
So what we are saying is that if we want to bring this document, if you want to make it real, if you pay 1 shekel to 1 month, so if somebody now, for example, says, okay, I don't want to be a part of it, so if he doesn't pay, okay, it doesn't have a stand, but if he pays, it has a stand. This is why it gives this little fee to
זה סיבה משפטית.
judgment reason.
או זה לא.
No.
האם this is not good enough?
We are working on our German, or English, or everybody here is to learn a few more languages.
אנחנו מזמינים את מי שרוצה לתת יותר משקל, אבל זה לא חוקי.
If somebody wants to bring more than 1 shekel, it's possible.
טוב, אז אני רוצה לחלק את זה.
So he will give you the document, but you can fill it if you want. And
time for question.
if there are any questions, you can answer.
כן, אני רוצה להגיד שאנחנו כבר יש לנו סוג של משהו מאוד מאוד דומה, ואני חושב שמה שכדאי זה שבעזרת השם נדבר יחד וננסח משהו שמתאם גם את מה שה-Nation of Ephraim, שהוא גם עשה לדוגמה contract, שמי שנכנס לארגון שלהם צריך לקיים את התורה, וצריך בעצם the terms and conditions כדי להיות חבר ב-Nation of Ephraim, זה לקבל על עצמם את התורה שבכתב ותורה שבעל-פה. ויש לנו גם דברים מאוד דומים שכבר הם חלק מזה, אבל מה שאני חושב הרב מביא שזה ביינדינג לפי חוק במדינה. אז אני חושב בעזרת השם נשב ביחד ונתאם ומקבלים דין מדין וננסח משהו ספיישל אקסקלוסיב בשביל מה שאנחנו עושים. קיצר, אין כאן המוקר, אין הזמן גרום, אבל בעזרת השם ננסה ונצליח.
בעזרת השם. רגע, שואלים שאלות.
Any questions?
Maybe you can translate what you just said.
I did. Okay. Okay, אז אני פה, מישהו רוצה להביא לי, I'm here, if someone wants to give it back to me, so we will be happy. מצווה all the world is doing it, דיינים, it's 1 of 7 loads of bnei Noach. So if you want to do it, well,
Thank you very much. So I'm inviting now please my partner in the NGO, Natis Madar, that came from Jerusalem. Please come. He will speak in Hebrew and I will translate. How are you? Is okay?
Welcome to Jerusalem if you want that period. Welcome back. Like you say, we are working together, and I little bit tell you what I'm doing, what we are doing. Because what I doing, I don't do myself. I do this guy, and Sion Begula, I love him like my brother. So, what I did in Jerusalem, start I tell you from the people in Israel. Well, help to people is too much family. Is
Big
on
Much. Everything is okay.
Is there people in Israel do not have money for living today? So we're coming to us, people, trying
Difficulties.
Financial difficulty.
from difficult, and what we're trying to do is give it to him, help to get out from this difficult, from their struggle, with banks, with the government, with the world community, everything what is complicated, we're in and try to help them from money situation with money, because today in Israel, and I don't know how it is in all the world, but here is difficult, it's hard to live. So we're getting to picture and trying to help how much we can. As I hear one of my friends see me in the United Israel.
Constitutional committee.
Are working with government in the method, and I connected with the parliament members. Are working with the homeless problem and trying to move. It's been good to live here. Security. I live in Jerusalem. The security is too much bad. For the Jewish, for people not Jewish. If you see me this in the street, I'm obvious. I'm targeted. Targeted. Okay, so we're still the same, and what we are doing. Is connected between us is helping to Holocaust survivors. Holocaust survivor in Israel living our condition, the medicines, bread, and everything what they want to live. I would say one of the means we don't want to live in quiet. We want to that quiet because it's much difficult in Israel to live. So we are doing everything what we can to help them to doing better life in Israel, and I hope so. If you guys, with the other guys that speak with them. With the government, all the government, we can to change the situation and do life is better here. And everything is my client of mine, client to you.
The whole idea.
All idea is help give it to us, or push it over and try to make it perfect. So thank you for coming to your time. Thank you coming to Israel, and you're welcome all the time to join here in Jerusalem, and I thank you.
So as we spoke, here in Israel, there's an NGO full Europe, and already the NGO, the fundraiser help to make the Sanhedrin initiative. And the Lord told me that there are more objectives to help the people in the Holy Land. So helping this epicenter to be a live place and to be working all the week. And also helping people that, as my brother said, that have needies and they need help with elderly people or Holocaust survivors, other groups that are difficult groups, and we want to help them money and for also jobs and bring them on the feet. So it is good to Israel and it's good to every place, good kind of charity. So thank you very much, Nati, for coming to us from Jerusalem. Now I would like to welcome who should be the first speaker. Maybe the second speaker, Ulf, and both are amazing. I want to invite by Yosef Edry from Katzin to come to speak to us. And I would like to make a little bit few words to say before he comes. He started this connection with the nation of Ephraim in the goal to build a Sanhedrin, to make Jewish people organized by rabbinical law. After that, make the world organized. Because if the Jewish people are united, spiritually, the world is united. Because Jewish people is bringing the spiritual message of Torah to the nations, and nations are together okay, and everybody is okay. So this is what we call topic. So we want to turn it from a topic to reality. So Rabbi Edley connected to our team Wolf, and then by the fundraiser of the Nation of Ephraim, already raised money to build the Sanhedrin and doing actions to do it, and we already have an embassy. So we have an embassy in Kutzmin, we have an epicenter in Haifa here, we have also Professor Erlich's place, we have a Jerusalem to do activities with the Knesset or in the tomb of David. And we already only started. We have a lot of things to do after that. But what is important, if you continue to do it, so please, Rabbi Edwin, please address us, tell us a few words about your actions and what you see as the future to do. Thank you.
Bien. Bien.
Welcome in the name of Hashem, in the name of the Torah, in the name of all that is holy and pure, in the name of Tov Tzedek V'Yosher that the Rebbe speaks about. Thank you everybody that spoke, and thank you everybody that will speak, and thank you everybody that's here from all four corners of the world, in the ingathering of the exiles, kibbutz golios, and it's all l'shem shamayim. We say machloket shehi l'shem shamayim seichel yiskayim. If there's a conflict of interest that is for the sake of heaven, it's going to last. And a conflict that is not for the sake of heaven, it's not going to last. So most of the people that came here, I believe all the people that came here today are God-fearing, like it says in the, like we wrote in our Tnaim, the Shem B'Yartin. You should see from all the people, the men of warrior spirit, Anshe Chayil, Yireh the king, God-fearing people, Anshe Daim, people with a good reputation, Anshe Emes, maybe misquoting Anshe Emes, people of truth, Sonei Betza, which despise the run after the money or worldly things. And I believe that everyone in this room fits in that category. So please give yourself a hand of applause. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. And I do believe that it's everyone, every Jew, everyone knows, whoever studied the Torah, that the reason for the destruction of the second temple was because of Sinat Sinam, hate without a reason. And we're right now destroying that in real time by the fact that every one of us here, we have from all over the world, we're giving each other time. We, to hear in Spanish, to hear in German, to hear in every single language. I love it because it's exactly what the Sanhedrin is all about. It's about international justice, international resolving issues. We're talking about creating a world, a godly place, and breaking through all the barriers, all the reasons for hate, we throw them in the garbage, and all the reasons for ahavat chinam, we're putting them at the primary and the priority of all of our things. So Baruch Hashem, I just want to report to everyone that's here because many of you supported us, and for those who are watching and will watch later, first of all, thank you so much to the nation of Ephraim for your support. I have no words. Remember, you all with Rabbi, with Professor Abraham earlier, and drive them a little nuts over there, and we'll keep driving them nuts, of course, with your help. And today, as we stand, we have 23 judges and advisors. It's a Sanhedrin Kana. So thank you very much to the nation of Ephraim and all those who supported us, and all those who spoke to us, like Rabbi Alora and Mr. Alora and all the other people that we interviewed. And of course, we also have regards from Rabbi Tzvi Idan from Jerusalem, and we have a blessing also from David Bar Chaim as well for our third Sanhedrin initiative and unity in gathering of the exile conference. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all of us. So today I want to just speak very briefly because everybody here has so much to say, and I want everyone to have a chance. All those who are at least on the list, we added by themselves at the last minute, but it's good. It's good. So I just want to speak about the most important points. Not really going to add anything to it, but I'm just going to go over the points. Of course, the Rambam speaks about how the Geula process goes through. According to Jewish law, there's Minui Melech, which is crowning of the king. Mechiyat Amalek is to eradicate the enemies of Amalek from around Israel, those who want to kill the Jewish people without any reason. Nobody owes them money, nobody did anything to them, but they just have a mission for no reason, above reason. So those, and then after that, you can build a temple. Of course, a precondition to having a Jewish king is to establish the Sanhedrin. And of course, the Rebbe, for many years, spoke about the 7 laws of Noah as also one of the most important things and preconditions for the establishment of the Geula process. The Rambam was a very logical person in the way he wrote the halacha, the Jewish law of Torah. And the Rambam basically said you have to have a king, and before that you have to have a Sanhedrin, after that you have the Messias Amalek, and after that you have the building of the temple. So of course we're going through this process. Of course there's many people that had many great ideas on how to bring Mashiach. When I was a young boy, I was 17 years old in 770. I believe that if I would sing Yechias Aneinu along with the king to, the Rebbe would show up. Because for me, it's also, this is a very interesting topic. For every person that studies the Torah, from his teacher, he calls him Mashiach. He calls him my Redeemer. And I believe this makes sense for me as a Chassid of the Rebbe. And this also makes sense for the nation of Ephraim. And at the time of the Gemara, we had every group of students. We had 10,000 students here, 10,000. Each one, it's almost like elections, and each one would choose their Rebbe if they needed to be Mashiach. So we need to understand that this is a natural process and this is a natural phenomenon. And as long as we are, as long as our bottom line is to get to the truth, and that is what unites us, and to study the Torah. In other words, we have the Torah, and according to the Rambam, you have the Sanhedrin, the Shoftim, the Shofrim, which is the judges and the police. So the judges and the police, and then on the other side you have the king, which is the Sar Tzava. According to Jewish law, he has to be in charge of the army. So the king is on top of the army, the Sanhedrin is on top of the Sanhedrin, the Shoftim, the 70 judges, the scholars are on top of the police, and that's whenever all the countries in the world have a knockoff, made in China version of what the Torah says. Now that we're finally here, and the Jewish people finally have a few years to breathe since the state of Israel. So we're happy to start to try to actually give the world the real version the real version of the Torah. So as all the police in America and the judges and all over the world, even in the court here, they swear on the Bible in order to get into office. We're going to teach them the Torah. We're going to teach it to them with the help of our advisors, like all, and we're going to have, and all the judges, like all the rabbis that we have, Jewish rabbis. We're going to teach the Torah and try to make it clear. We're not looking to fight the darkness with a stick. We're here to turn on the lights. And with that, I leave you on. Thank you so much. I am humbled to be here. And without every single one of you is another piece in this great unity, in this great puzzle, that only Hashem, this is the condition that Hashem, this is exactly how Hashem likes it. This is exactly how Hashem likes it, because Hashem said, you cancel the reason for the exile, you'll get the Geulah. So with that, thank you so much for everybody for being here. And I hope that we continue each one in his personal redemption and also in the general redemption to be part of the greater redemption process. Thank you so much.
We welcome, please, Wolf, please come. We welcome the leader of the nation of Ephraim, dear Wolf. We've been offered for 2 months by the internet and then to meet him in the Holy Land this week. Now we are making a conference here in the first epicenter in the Holy Land. And all this idea of the nation of Ephraim is his idea, and he is leading us. We are now 2,000 people. We are about to grow. We are about to grow and to grow the peace and love between people. So please, tell us about your nation. What are you planning for us?
Nothing would be possible without Abi. Abi, perhaps you ask him with step up here. And they were all into people saying things like this coming out of our nations, and in a blinking of an eye, I said this would be a great idea. We want to bring to aid the nation of Ephraim in order to one day in the future make peace with Judah, as written in Ezekiel 37. We have the visions of the 2 sticks. So we have 2 sticks. We need to the sticks. They have. So from the very first day, of course, when one of the chief rabbis of the nation. So as you see, I was already running around like this, my time in Israel, as we had visit, I already looked at, and there is always the big question, was always the question, okay, Ulf, why are you in Israel? What is the German doing in Israel? Are you a Christian? And from the very first day I came, I said, no, wait, guys, I'm from Joseph. And one of the big issues with Joseph was that Joseph was able to recognize his brothers, but his brethren were not able to recognize Joseph. So everything about the nation of Ephraim is everything about Torah. So each one who is sitting here, they made a sign up that they said, okay, we stick to the Torah and want to pursue the new deal, so a new covenant with the people, to the day it happens. So we work for a time, sign up, start up, and end up on Mount Zion, where we had our concept. So over all the time, for example, you had like Yuval speaking about, so suddenly some people are here, and now they have to learn in the twinkling of an eye everything. But we are not these type of guys. We are committed to Torah, we are committed for Hashem, and this is why we made the cooperation with Joseph Ephraim, because we said, okay, we will pull this thing off. Number 1, we will build the Sanhedrin. Number 2, we re-establish the Davidic dynasty, and number 3, we build the temple. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it, and I said, okay, let's do it. So now we're here, and I really would like to hand over to Avi
who has been now part of the story for 20 years, you know, and to give my Jewish brethren from a Jewish perspective how this is all looks like from the tribal issue and so on and so on. So now the whole issue with the Ben Noah is much easier. So this was one of the first things. So when we came, we said, okay, well, we are saying, okay, we're coming from Joseph, everybody's looking, and we say, okay, we are Noahide on the way, so that's, you know, it's much more easier to understand. And we said, okay, so we stick with this. We are ultra-Orthodox Noahides. We are far beyond the set, and want to, you know, push forward to do more. And also,
Alle Achtung, ruhig! Ruhig, das sind gute Worte! Ruhig, das sind sehr gute Worte!
So how many people would you identify as part of the Noahide phenomenon? And how many feel you would feel comfortable saying, I'm a daughter of Noah, or daughter of Israel, or a son of Noah? How many people would you feel that?
Deswegen,
Ask them in German.
jeden Tag.
also wie viel glauben, so,
Ich mach das
wie viel
professionell.
glauben, die werden jetzt neu?
Liebst du Israel?
Oder Israel? So this is a big question. How do you feel? More like Noahides or more like Israel?
So you know, there's something.
I will let you stay.
No, stay here, it's good, because they'll cover me from that side. The people who wanna, he said you did 20 years, the people want to give us 20 years, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So then you, at least I got back
Okay,
here, and no one can get by up here. He's a lion, he's a bear. So we would joke around with different groups who are into Hebrew roots. Guys, the truth is, and it's just between us, all right? It's just between us here. The truth is, the Jewish people would have been thrilled, it would have been gewaldic if the Gentiles would just keep one. Sorry, Rabbi Ben Sion. Really, the truth is, we gotta tell them the truth, okay? They had to stick his out. He would have been happy with the Gentiles just keeping one commandment. Guess what? No, Peter, thou shalt not murder. We would have been thrilled with all of history. But we're even more thrilled that there's Gentiles who are not officially Hebrew who are coming back. That's exciting, that's messianic. And the whole reason the world screwed up is because we weren't doing what Ben Sion, we weren't reaching out and being a light to the nations. So all these other kinds of mutations of religion had to come around to get God's word out. So it's really a wonderful messianic, incredible happening that people are coming back. But what I wanted to say is that among the Noahites, the people who have a heart for Israel, should I tell them a secret? Espionage? If the state of Israel wants to know, they need somebody. They're here. They need somebody, a contact. If there's anybody in that area who's affiliated with Noahide identity, our government knows, our agencies say we can trust that person. Which is not, even when you have Christians who are pro-Israel, they could also still harbor a great deal of anti-Semitism. But if the guy calls himself a daughter or son of Noah, our intelligence agencies feel that that person would be trustworthy and it could be approached. Amazing, right? But there's another phenomenon. Another phenomenon is the tribes. Inside, we have Yehuda b'Shviyah, Judah in captivity. There's hundreds, perhaps hundreds of millions of Jews who have been lost throughout the ages. And where will they be? And among the people out there are our own 10 tribes who are supposed to come back. Just a Rabbi Dr. Yaakov Fogelman and I, 50 years ago, came up with two expressions. One Chabad uses 7 for the 70, 7 commandments for the 70 nations, and we got a kick out of saying, keep the 7, go to heaven. But seven pillars, Amudei Eish, Amudei Or, there's 7 pillars of light
They're not just like a written, like our wonderful rabbis here who are creating a literature of Noahide literature, but they're actually pillars of light, Amudei Eish, Amudei Or, that shine through the night and through the universe. And you guys all know, like Psalm 145, you heard of it? 145. So it says, Karov Hashem L'Kol Karov, L'Kol Shekin V'Emes, that God is absolutely close to anyone who calls upon him, to anybody who calls upon him sincerely. If this guy is made in the
fasst
image
dich
of
auch an,
God,
so wie
right?
ich.
Ja, auf jeden
You're
Fall.
made in the image of God. You're made in the image of God.
Ich auch.
So you guys know about guns? People know about weapons here? Guns and Moses, right? So if you do, so you know what point blank range is, right? So how far is God from you? He's if we're in his image, he's point blank range. He's right there with anybody who wants to make the right choices. But so that's a great thing. But a step further, maybe a step deeper, inside the Noahide community, the Gemara Yevamos Gazak, they're stating that 10 tribes have the halachic status of a Ben Noah, of being with Noah. Right? That's also a kindness. To be exempt technically from all the commandments, it's a kindness, because otherwise Ephraim would have like a zillion sins on his head for not doing this and not doing that, not doing that, not doing this. So there's an exemption. It's also a kindness, which could be renewed with a covenant, we call it Ger Halacha, and then it would be an obligation. But so in all of the world population, we have our own tribes. And how can you identify them? We identify them in many ways. If there's a huge amount of many verses in our Torah which give signs of what our tribes would be. For example, the prophets predicted that the lost tribes would be situated in the geographical extremities of the continental masses or isolated in islands of their own. Their major locations would be to the north and the west of the land of Israel. They would be situated in places that we call now Australia and North America. They would become extremely numerous, world powers, the most economically and physically blessed peoples of the world, and seafarers. Their military and foreign policy would involve gaining control over strategic thoroughfares and vital jumping off spots against potential foes. The space program is an aspect of this blessing. All of these blessings would be epitomized most strongly in the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim dominates Western Europe and England. It comes also from Germany. And her, it's weird, but you know, the Huguenots were identified. You have to do a lot of mechkarim, but the Huguenots were identified as coming out of the tribes, and 400,000 Huguenots passed through ancient Germany. So you have all kinds of connections, tribal connections for good and for bad, because you know the tribes also were our enemies too. Now in the end of days, they'll be our buddies. We'll all be together fighting off the New World Order, right? Menashe is preeminent in the US. The tribal names of people settled in Britain and later in America and Western Europe. Archaeology, linguistics, the Hebrew significance of the name Ephraim denotes the aristocracy such as prevailing in Britain. And the British kings come from Germany, right? The meaning of Manasseh in Hebrew is responsible representation, such as practice in the US. Rabbinical tradition based on very early sources describes the tribes of Joseph in the end times. The descriptions fit Western European countries who are relatively less anti-Semitic. Who wrote 400 years of Ottoman Turk control over this area? Western European countries, right? I just wanted to bring down just two of our sages. The Malbim, who says The tribe of Judah, who are scattered amongst the nations and weakly and few in number, attach themselves to the 10 tribal nations. They will be secondary importance to the anointed descendant of Joseph. This will continue into the later when there will arise an anointed descendant of David, which will in the might of the Lord. At that time, they will be accept upon themselves the kingship of the house of David. So we will be the beginning of the ingathering of our exiles will be very dependent on Ephraimite nations, which the state of Israel is very dependent on Washington and Europe and Germany. Meckel calls out Bibi and yells at him like every muntik in Dunistan, like where the state of Israel is partially a free state, partially is a banana republic. But
So
like,
I think this is,
so, but in the end of times, when we get our acts together, the world will see that we have to be following Judah for the spiritual lead. The Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who is my interest in Germans, he had a doctorate from the Sorbonne in electrical engineering and made a patent for gyroscopes for battleships in the Brooklyn Navy Yard in World War II, which he always got royalties from. Knew many languages. So the Rebbe said, interesting word on this same thing. For thou art even as Paro. The Rebbe quotes the source saying that Judah meant to say that Joseph is as powerful as Pharaoh, and that Judah acknowledges his authority. Because of this, Judah merits the promise in Ezekiel 37, my servant David shall be their prince forever. The Rebbe says that in order for Judah to bring on the Mashiach and realize the promise, my servant David shall be their prince forever, Judah must first do as the patriarch Judah did when he came near unto Joseph and received vital influence from Joseph. So from the non-Jews, officially non-Jews, who are really, in God's eyes, he knows who they really be, and these lovers of Israel. Listen, I counted 465 anti-Semitic things in the New Testament. So if I was a Christian kid, I have to reread it in with a different heart to come out to be pro-Jewish. What Stalin Gentile would want to do all these commandments? Why would a boy want to keep all these mitzvot? So it's a raya. It's a directional proof that maybe he's not a boy. Maybe he's lost in Judah B'Shviyah, or he's a Sashvatim al-Budim. He's from our lost tribes. So the Rebbe went on to mention how the United States is a merciful state and does kindness, enables Jews to practice their religion, and has good principles. He used the term chesed, meaning kindness. The kings of the 10 tribes of Israel, of the northern kingdom, before their exile, is described in first book of Kings, chapter 20, as merciful kings, kings of chesed. So the Malbim and the Rebbe Schneerson both saw there's a need for Judah to come close. As Ulf mentioned, quoting Holy Torah, that Judah did not recognize Joseph. According to Chazal, our sages, who remember who was Moses told to go to? The elders, sages. You know, we won't even have a piece of bubble gum if it doesn't have 5,000 rabbis and tell us it's kosher, right? 5,000 rabbis and tell us it's kosher, right? So we won't even do that. So God himself tells Moshe, yo, get back to the Chachamim. Go to the wall. And 200 times the sages are mentioned. They're also called Elohim, prince, but it means Lord, person of importance, not literally God. If no one thinks they're God, and the princes of the tribes are called. Even Moses is called Elohim, in Jerusalem, and the altar is called God. Because whenever somebody or something represents God's presence, it gets to be called God. But we don't think God's incarnate. Disagree with the Catholic Church. We do. Okay. So inside all of you people are in our opinion, are nothing less. Judah did not recognize Joseph, but according to our sages, who is Joseph? How do we say Joseph? Joseph Sadiq. But we didn't recognize that. He just looked Egyptian. When Moses was noticed and the daughters of Jethro, he helped them out. What did they say? They said, Daddy, Tati.
It was an Egyptian.
There's an Egyptian man there, right? So our 10 tribes today could be Bechinat Yosef Sadikim, but it's hard for us to imagine that, for Judah to recognize that. And the Rebbe tells us that we have the way that Judah will deserve, my servant David shall be the prince forever, is when he came near to Joseph and took some of the influence of the good influence that Joseph had to give. So we have a mandate to reach out to Joseph, and the 7 commandments of Noah is part of that reach out. But inside the Noahites are nothing less than our own Hebrew brothers and sisters coming back to us at the end of days. And call it to Chabad, call to Rebbe Ben Zion, and Rebbe Yosef, and all you Sadiqim and Hasidim, Rebbe Amram, Yashikoah. Take it away, Ben Zion.
Before Benzion, then reintroducing Nigel. So we will show everybody who's here later on what the nation of Ephraim is all about, because we said we do. Not only some people are praying, but we do. So we have later, people speaking, introducing our NGO for a short while. Then we have Hannes introducing our National Gold and Silver Trust, where how we do this, and we have Patrick. We experienced quite a number of anti-Semitic attacks because people thought we are Jewish. So we have a presentation on that one, and then of course for the future translation. Because there is a cultural translation is indeed, we need to understand cultures, Middle East or Europe, Jews, Christian, and so on and so on. So we have for that our chief content performer, Alexander Horn, where is he? Who's also very busy doing all research. It's a separate entities, so separate work groups, let's call it companies, whatever, but they came out of the nations what we do. So we want to lead by action, and I hope it works. So now I have over to Benzion.
Thank you very much for Rabbi Avi Feld, came from Jerusalem. In the world wanted our dear old. Now we spoke about the Sanhedrin. We want rabbinic big rabbis to come and to join together. Now we have big figure of the rabbinic Jewish people came here to respect us. Our rabbi in Haifa and Krayot, Rabbi Yosef Izem, is coming. Rabbi Yosef is leading us in Haifa and the Krayot, and he is a big Torah scholar and judge. Rabbi Yosef is making pictures together, please. Together with Rabbi Boaz Kali, they made the Talmud Torah in the Krayot. And this is the place of Rabbi Boaz Kali, and he is very excited to see that this message of the 7 laws of Noah, universal epicenter, is continuing, and he would like to say us a little bit of things in Hebrew. I will translate them, talking about, as Rabbi Ben said, things that Rabbi you can see his picture in the end of the epicenter. Rabbi Lubavitch, that we believe that he is the Mashiach ben David, the king of David, we were waiting for. So people tell us that Rabbi Lubavitch, the Rebbe says about the 7 laws of Noah. Please, Rabbi Yosef. ראשית, אני מבקש מאוד שונים בעולם. כולם תחת הרעיון של שבע מצוות בבני דבר שני, שתי ככה. מה שאומר הרמב"ם, שבן מהנבון, פידס, ספר שלו משנה תורה, הוא אומר, שבע מצוות בנוער, זה לא רק הפעם שבע מצוות של אמונה, של שלום, שובו של עולם, סדר, חיים טובים במשפחה, שר טוב, לא רק אלא צריך לבנות, זה יבוא, כל אדם שעושה את זה מאמין, שגם משה רבינו, מוזס, משה רבינו קיבל את התורה בהר סיני, כמו עכשיו מצד היהודים, עליו לקבל את התורה, קיבל את התורה שמיים. בתוך התורה הוא מבין 613 מצוות היהודים, 7 מצוות הוא בינינו. But the Rav says that Hashem gave the Jewish people 613 laws to get. To the nations he gave 7. So as Rabbi Feld said, 7 for heaven. Of course, I know in the nation of Ephraim, after you do the 7, you spend performance slot and very good. And the Rav said that when we connect to the Torah in this way, we make our essence in the world.
ואם מישהו מקיים את כל המצוות, זה לא בגלל זה שזה שמיים, על ידי הנביא. זה הוא, אני חושב, הבנתי, שזה רצון כן, רצון כן, ואני עושה את זה, זה לא מספיק. כדי שהוא יקרא, מה שנקרא, חסידי אור העולם, צריך לעשות את זה כאילו, מאמין, תגובה של משה רבינו ועשו. עכשיו אני מסביר שזה הרב שניאורסון, הרב מבוגוביץ', במשיח, הוא פותח את זה לאופן שני. אמר, איך אני חי היום? מתן תורה היה לפני 3,396 שנים. איך אני יכול לדעת מה עלה? היה. כלומר, כל אבא יספר לבן שלו, לפני אותו, את מה שהכי חשוב לו. תן לו את המסר.
Okay. So first he said the Rav that if you do the 7 laws of Noah, not because we believe in Hashem, you say, okay, by the mind makes sense that these 7 laws are good. It's not enough. The Rambam says, the Halakha, the big scholar of the Jewish people, the Rambam says that every human should keep the 7 laws of Noah, believing only in Hashem, that is one, and in Judaism. By doing this, believing in Hashem, the Jewish religion, the universal religion, by this, who does this? His name is Hasid Umot HaOlam, he is righteous, and he has a part in salvation. The second thing that the Rav says, that every father says to his son, by continuous, the message of the spirituality.
איך העם מביח לעצמו
נתן תורה, וצריך להאמין בזה. אני אומר,
איזה כמה מילים, ככה,
זה יותר קצר.
לא, עם כמה מילים ושהוא יתרגם כמה מילים.
כן, משפט.
כן.
אז ככה, אבא מספר לבן שלו מה חשוב לדעת.
The father says to his son, what is the most important things to know?
אם גם מצב שמתן תורה נקרא אוברמסטר, לא היה כזה דבר. כל אבא היה אומר לבן שלו שהוא הולך למות, תשמע, עבדו עלינו, עבדנו עליכם, זה לא היה סתם.
If the Torah, the Rav says, of course, by metaphor was something not real, then the father will say to his son before he dies, listen, it's not real. But
אבל זה לא היה ככה. כל אבא, הבן שלו, כן, זה היה, אני הייתי שם. אני ראיתי בעיניים כל הניסים הגדולים על הר סיני, אש, וקולות מובהקים, וענן גדול, וראיתי שופר וכל השופר, ושמעתי את הקול שאומר, אנוכי השם אלוקיך, וכל זה.
so the answer is that the father says to his son, it was real. Jewish people saw this miracle when they went out of Egypt, so it's transferring from generation to generation to believe in the Torah, message of the Torah.
כיוון שמעולם לא היה מצב שמישהו יגיד שאבא שלו ושאבא שלו ושאבא שלו, שזה לא היה בדיוק ככה, זה לא היה 600,000 איש, זה לא היה ככה, אין דבר כזה. כל המסורת, מכל העולם, אותו דבר, כל ספרי תורה של היהודים, וכל העולם אותו ספר תורה, בכלל. כמובן שזה אמת.
After thousands of years, the Jewish people scattered in all tenets, same Torah, same tradition, same belief. So you know that this transferring of the Torah is something that is really is true.
אנחנו מבינים שאלוקים נתן 613 מצוות, שבמצוות אותו נתן תורה, שאנחנו חושבים אחד לשני. זה נתן גם לאומות העולם. במצוות שיש בזה הרבה מה ללמוד ומה לקיים.
So in this day, the Torah, this week is Chag HaShavuot, Chag Matan Torah, the holy day of receiving the Torah, Friday this week. So in this event, Hashem gave 613 laws to people, 7 laws to all the nations. So in the same stage, both things happened.
התורה זה משהו שכבר היה. אנחנו מדברים על משהו שיש. הרמב"ם כותב בסוף ההלכות של המשיח, הוא כותב, מה יעשו בגאולה? כן, במקום משיח, יהיה שלום, יהיה הכל טוב, כולם גאים, אין קנאה, אין שנאה, אין תחרות. מה יעשו? והרמב"ם לא יהיה עסק כל העולם, אלא לדעת את השם בלבד, לפי כוח האדם. זאת אומרת.
So now in salvation, redemption, this was, we talked about the receiving the Torah, it was in the past, thousands of years ago. What's in the future? Every human being who would, the Rambam says it, would learn about Hashem. Who is Hashem? What is Hashem? The 7 laws that we do that connect us to Hashem, our essence in life. So this is the future. This is the future that is very near the Geulah, and every human being has a part in this Geulah.
עד כדי כך, שזה כבר ניסטי שור,
שלא יצטרכו אפילו לעבוד, יהיה פרנסה לכולם, למה לא יהיה קנאה, שנאה, כל מי שאתה רוצה, יהיה לך. והפן הזה, מה? זה בלי סוף. שם הוא אין סוף, להודות השם, מדרגה, עוד, עד אין סוף. זה יהיה בגולה.
So what's happening is that it is a spiritual way that in Geulah there will be no starvation, money problems, diseases. Everybody would live for eternity. When I say everybody, I mean who will keep the 7 laws of Noah and the righteous Jewish people. They will live for eternity, peacefully. When Geulah comes, the very Zat Hashem, we hold it today. When Geulah comes, the righteous people will have Geulah. And when they have Geulah, what will they do? What can you do all the day? If you don't need to work for money, if you have no diseases, no wars, what do? You learn about Hashem. You hear Torah lessons, like in Torah Club. You hear Torah lessons. Your consciousness is getting very much higher. And in spirituality, there is no borders. You can always go upper and upper. higher.
לסיום, שליחות שלנו, כל אלה שגם שיודעים, יש את המסר הגבוהי של הרבי מלובביץ', הנה זה משיח בא, הגיע הזמן גאולתכם, כל יום בביאת המשיח. ואת זה אנחנו צריכים לשפר את החיים שלנו בנתנו, ולהשפיע על עוד אנשים שיצטרפו לעניין הזה של 7 מצוות ולנוח, ולהתכונן על
So in the Geulah, what you will see that there is a prophecy of the Barbecue Rebbe. It says that Mashiach is coming. It means that it's something realistic, something that is happening here and now. You can see it now physically. You can see it. Mashiach is the love and the connection between all of us. So we need to get prepared for this. Getting prepared for this is by learning the 7 laws of God, practicing them, and telling others to do it.
נאחל לכולם שיהיה חג שמח ושיהיה.
So we wish all of you that you have you enjoy sitting in the Holy Land and Chag Sameach, peace, happy holiday, blessings for the Rav to you this week, Friday, our Chag Shavuot, giving of the Torah. Thank you for Rabbi Yosef. Now we have a special speaker coming to us from Jerusalem, Professor Abraham Ehrlich, that brings a lot of things by entering the Knesset, to bring Sanhedrin and justice to our Holy Land. Thank you for coming, and please.
Thank you very much. Shalom. Welcome to the Holy Land, the Promised Land. This is a unique time for us, 75 years of semi-independence. We are in a process, it's like a corridor towards a greater goal of developing very high, refined Hebrew political administrative thought, and to implement an incredible utopian goal that has not been thought or not been considered achievable since the times of Moses. The Greeks betrayed the idea of great administration by allowing a form of representation in numbers, almost like a political representation. So it's not a representation of what one wants, what one's ambitions are. You have only part representation and part reflection of the human ideal, which is to be, I suppose, under the kingdom of God. But what is the kingdom of God? the Bible and the prophets describe the divine in several ways. First of all, through the alphabet, through the expression God said and the world came into being. That's an expression of godliness. But also in number, 10. The idea of 1 and 2 is a theology of how to develop truth and administration. 1 is the chod, 1 is the pinhead, the knife head, the chod hamid, the arrowhead, the chad, the 1, the sharpness, the entry point. And 2, shativ, is sewing, is shativ area, the idea of sewing something together, fabric, binding. Shalosh, 3, is the idea of it's in theology, it's the Trinitarian idea of coming together, 3 being put together, it's something which is a form, a divine form, like divine geometry. 4 is symmetry. 5 in Hebrew, chomesh, means like a fist. Hamush means to have ammunition. Because when 5 people are together, when 3 people come, and then 4 people and 5 people, it is a form of power, it's a fist, it's a form of ability to actually force one way, to move one way, to navigate one's way in the plasma of reality. 5 is to have power, as a good power. 6 in the Hebrew is the word son, which means happiness. That one achieves through full power. You don't wreck and ruin the power. You achieve happiness. It's a direction. This is a route, almost like a navigational structure to navigate the power into a form of happiness, son. And the 6th day in Hebrew it says, 6 days you shall work, and on the 7th thou shalt rest. So with power and happiness, then you have what we call the 7th day. In Hebrew, shvi'i is the root, the etymology is from satisfaction, to be satisfied. And this, the idea of 7, is the ultimate manifestation of the human condition, is satisfaction, human satisfaction. And that, I believe, is the goal of a great Hebrew political ideal, is to create societies which are satisfied, individuals which are satisfied with their lives and with the services that they are getting. The numerology, it continues to instruct, where you have the 8th, number 8 is shmonet, from the word shamen, or from shemen, oil, fat, even to be excessive, to have excess, and even not to know what to do with that excess, oozing out of it. And the possibility then is to go and to be ruined, it says, and Yeshua, which is an analogy to Israel, and Yeshua king who got fat and kicked, that you might get fat and then do the wrong thing. But then you have another direction, almost in navigating the function of the group, not to get fat, but to go towards 9, Tesha, from the word shua, or you might even recognize the word Yeshua in it. The idea of redemption, salvation, that when we are powerful and it's organized into excess, and then with the excess you can go to ruin, or you can go to a form of realization of how to bring the excess to refine it, into finesse, to salvation, chua. And then the 10th is into ether, which is ashir, into wealth, to richness. And what does it say? Who is happy? Who is rich? The person who is happy with their lot. The idea of 10 is not just a number. It is a navigational tool in the service of human administration. In the only instance where Moses carries out the instruction of a human being and not God, was when Jethro, the high priest of Midian, who himself, it is told in the Midrash, is not just a regular guy, but he was of the high priesthood of the Egyptians in the time of Joseph. And that Joseph was actually married into the family of the high priest, Midian, the priest of On, who, and Joseph was who wrote the records of his father and his grandfather, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and put it and stored the story, and then comes along hundreds of years later of the same group, of the same priesthood that goes to tell Moses that he's doing an incredible mistake in how he's administering the people of Israel. He's making mistakes. He's saying you're going to wear yourself out. You're going to fall. This divine plan of taking the people out is going to fail unless you install a system. And this is the system that Yitro, who could have been considered the United Nations or the conscience or the descendants of Melchizedek of Jerusalem, because it does say that Abraham, that the Midianites are the descendants of Abraham's third wife, the Midianites. So and here comes a Kohen of Midian that instructs Moses to the method of appointing judges and creating a great administration that God will be through that administration. And that administration was through appointing, first of all, there were several criteria. Appointing great judges, and thou shalt look from amongst the nations. The Hebrew word teched said, it's not to look, but it's to view with a great perspective, to have great, broad perspective over the entire nation, and thou shalt review the nation and identify people who are people of God, people who are valiant, people who are brave, soldiers, people who hate greed, and people who love the truth. And in addition to that, to put upon them ministers of thousands, of hundreds, of fifties, and of tens. And within that mechanism, they will judge the people at every moment. That means not from 9 to 5. It says "Veishaftu et ha'am b'chol et," and thou shalt judge the people at every moment. That means a continual judgment in the morning, in the nighttime, late at night, on the Sabbath, on holidays. There should be justice everywhere, not justice for the rich, not justice on the convenient, not justice in the holidays, but justice everywhere. And a method of installing a continuous justice, so that and it says, and that people will have peace in their own place. In other words, it is not that they have to go far away, have to go to different places. There is perfect service. This is an administration that in the time of the desert, during mobility, during the time that they were moving, during the time of great trauma, that wherever they go, that there would be justice, and there will be, and the method was a method of structure, of numerical structure. This is not a godly structure. This is a human structure of tens, of fifties, of hundreds and thousands, and a method. The 10 is a method of measure. The measurement of efficacy of the judges to create justice in our places. So I am pushing forward in the constitutional committee of the Israeli parliament an alternative to the entire administration, to state administration, and not via a quantitative representation where you have people and they have representations, and those representations may or may not represent the people, but by qualitative representation, where when you want something, you appoint the people, your ministers. You appoint the ministers of 10, the ministers of 15, the ministers of hundreds, the ministers of thousands, and they represent you. And in addition to that, over the judges' function is to serve the people, to create peace in the people. And if there are problems with the people, they in turn also can access ministers of thousands, hundreds, 50s, and tens, to create a macro, a super, a micro, and a supra method of installing justice within all levels of society. I believe that the Sanhedrin has to develop and evolve from a structure of tens, fifties, hundreds, and thousands, and represent justice and represent an alternative to a system which is essentially a failed and incomplete Greek democratic structure, and to create a very unique mosaic structure which combines, and this is the secret sauce, artificial intelligence, individualized artificial intelligence for every person, and a jurisdiction of data which every individual owns, and their data can be tracked, and the data is used to serve them and is used to measure that the data that is out there is not serving companies, it's not serving Facebook or Google or courts or the taxman, but is serving the individual and his wish to achieve satisfaction, because that is an outcome of the model is less than what the kingdom of Israel in the time of David, but rather the model of the desert, where under the guidance of the Almighty, with the pillar of fire, with the pillar of cloud, with the Urim, the Tumim, the ephod, the idea of guided artificial intelligence for every person, and a method of sharing our knowledge and navigating ourselves within that to achieve a remarkable, highly individualized prayer machine, where all of our individual prayers can be shared and understood by people, and everyone becomes ministers to each other's problems and to each other's hopes. And I believe that this is an alternative, this is a platform where a Sanhedrin should adopt something which is not just a religious idea. This is a universal idea from Jethro to Moses, but humanity, not a theological idea. This is actually a human invented idea of symmetry and measurement. And so therefore it rebuffs the claims of dogmatism, of fundamentalism, of fanaticism, but rather we want measurement of group organization, of harmony, liquid tens. And I believe that this is a way that it can also be a great universal, and it can start from Israel, and it can start from the Sanhedrin, and it can start by appointing that we develop a system of ministers, sabim, that we are all ministers, and that the word for minister has interesting etymology. The word sal, it also means shir, to sing. It also means l'sharet, serve. It also means liasher, to straighten up, or shayeret, to be in combination with each other. And it becomes Israel comes from the term. And it is interesting that the two biblical verses, one in Genesis, where Jacob fights with the angel, Basarita, he says, and you struggle, or you use the word sar, or you struggle, or Basarita ima Elohim, with the angel, with God, and you can, and you succeed. And the same terminology is used with Jethro telling Moses that to point Sarim, and you will succeed. That this is the way to mobilize what has been missing in our civilization for thousands of years. The guiding angel, serving angel, the Malachei Sharet, the angel. Where are the angels? Where is the prophecy? Where are the tens? When we develop the tens, again, the ministers of tens, they acquire the instruments, service, artificial intelligence, individualized to serve us, not to serve companies, not to serve governments, not to serve courts, but to serve the individual will and their satisfaction. The angels serve as prophecy. So I invite the children of Ephraim and to all the tribes of Israel and the Jews of Israel and the Jewish leadership and the members of the Sanhedrin to develop a methodology on the basis of the tenets and peace to all Israel.
Amen.
Again, thank you very much, Professor Ellie, coming from Jerusalem. Respect us. Thank you very much. Very much a success in what you do. Because I am the parliament, it's very good. I wrote the next speaker. I also want to say a little comment. He talks about our NGO with my partner Nati. So we're also doing salvation of land. You know that when the Jewish people live in the land of Israel, so we're buying land that the Jewish people will expand here in the Holy Land. So it's a little comment about what we do. Next speaker. We invite Mr. Ariel Cohen Loro to address us. Also for Jerusalem, we have a lot of people coming from the city, holy city.
In Zion, takes and more. The frame.
Nothing else I can teach you is what that's no key. No key to sit there. And don't do something in life. Beside the Lord, Spirit, life, fear, God. So this one, yes.
Ariel, אנחנו לא שומעים.
You don't hear. Okay.
עכשיו.
I speak more slowly. Okay, so now I will introduce myself. A little bit what I do. I wrote a book about Russia. And do identification with everything what they are going to Christianity. For example, Trinity. Or the cross for what you do, not just a piece of food. Maybe something more I do about the cross. The value of the love of Mashiach. Christian has no idea what things are doing. And it's like what you will call a naked wood. And it's naked. You know that Jesus, the objection, usually in this kind of meetings, is a white elephant is a woman known as the of God. The name of Jesus.
You know, we're talking about peace between Judaism and Christianity, so we are really not everything, but about Jesus, we are not there to talk. I think it will be 100%.
עדיף על התורה על חג השבועות, right?
Yeah, all right, so the word Jesus, yes, will equal the make Ahud. What is naked? And if you look in the Bible, you can see a naked one, you have to cover them. You cannot talk about it. Why is naked? You call it in Kabbalah or light of chaos. Everything we have in Christianity, what we call it instead of chaos, a lot of light. We call it in Kabbalah or light of chaos. The rabbis, used to beg to if the Hasidim, please bring me light of chaos in this life. And light of chaos is the Kabbalah to Asa. The Kabbalah, body of light. And when we say Asa, we talk about Christianity. Like a code of Christianity. And we have a vision that in the future, the king, Asa, the king, what it means in Hebrew, came from the word Nachzor, Hazir, to come back. So we have a tradition that in the future, the king, and everything that came from Asa, at least his head, from the one side, will be kosher. What the land of Asa is very he was cut by Ephraim, the son of God. Ephraim is the son of Messiah. We must not bring back the head of Asa to our side. What is the head of Asa? Also, the holy spot that we have in the West. We said to do the silence, and we have to do the Christianity. But Christianity is a food that is not ready to eat the way it is. It's a food that is not ready to eat. What is in a Christianity? Let's say it's then somebody is a keeper. Is written, נוצרת in Mishle, נוצרת אינה יוכל בריאה, the one that keep the victory, he will enjoy the eating the fruit of the food. And the continuation of the event, the problem the Lord that God is master, he will be rescued. This is what Christians do. This is what it means of sin. נוצרת אינה, was the God. The food before it's ready, at the end of the time, we will go. The food will be ready. Now, this is, now, we have to know what is the fifth. What is the fifth? The fifth is not knowledge good and evil. According to ourselves, how we know, after the field, the letter is the new. Thanks to the level of the picture, I'm not anymore naked. In the beginning of it, stop to be naked. But Jesus here, not Yeshua. The first coming of Yeshua, of Jesus, is only realization of the letter Yeshua. The end that is missing, that we don't call it this tradition, is a letter of Dan, of the snake. And Jesus is the first coming, he cannot rally, he cannot yet fix the snake. That's why Dan is not there, or the New Testament, not Dan.
No, I'm not looking gematria because
the tribe of Dan, there was a New Testament, And in the New Testament, the tribe of Dan don't appear. They call the name of the tribe, not the tribe of Dan. And according to Sefer Yetzirah, the letter I is the letter that refers to the tribe of Dan. You know, the Aleph split to 3, 7, and 12. There are 12 simple letters that refer to the 12 tribe, the 12 man, etc. There are different things in the letters that are there. Okay, so when the Rabbi Lubavitch asked his Hasidim, please bring me light of chaos in vessel of the in vessel of Torah. Who we talk about? When the first Admor of Chabad, the Admor of Aked, the first Rabbi of Chabad, the Rabbi Lubavitch, also in the second generation of Admor of Aked. Admor of Aked wrote about the parasha of Vayishlach, parasha when Yaakov and Ephraim meet and kill. He said, this is the meeting between Yaakov and Esau, this is a victory. This is a Geulah. And what represents Esau in this meeting? The light of chaos. And what represents Yaakov? The vessel of so can be learned on the Hebrew. So Christians, they cannot really understand what I did in the story of Jesus. They cannot understand because they don't have the Jewish culture in Hebrew. No, this is God's history. When will be the second coming of Mashiach? Of this second coming? What do we say? We learn this from the story of Peter said of the fig tree. That when the fig tree starts to be ready, it means that the summer is closed. Right? Chapter 24. It's a book of time. The book of Matai, when. The 28th chapter, parallel to the 28th time of toilet. Time to give birth, time to die. A chapter around give birth to Yitzchak, Yitzchak give birth to Yaakov, etc. Second chapter, all those kids, all the children in the Bethlehem, it's time to die, etc. You know? So the chapter 24 is time to talk. Now we can talk with him. Right? You don't make it. If he's naked, you have to hide it. If you see a naked one, cover it. You cover something to dress. It's naked, you cover it. If he's not dressed yet, you cover it. Yes? So, when will be the second coming? Why is it the Sunday? In Hebrew, Kais, it's like case of May. When the fig tree will be ready, it means that it's the end. Now, how we know from this is when you talk about the fig tree, what you talk about? You talk about Torah, what is the Torah flowing in the we know that the soul of Mashiach is the unit. The first man when he was created, he said that there are only 4 parts of the soul, and the Yechidah was in standby. In the moment he goes to sleep, the Yechidah hallelujah. And the Yechidah is a Mashiach. Mashiach is a general Yechidah of policy. No high power. And this is part of the story that refers to Kabbalah to what you call the son of God, Arishon. Officially it's like God, it's like the son of God. The older father, the son of different person. And so, this is, yes, we equal our own is naked. And if it's naked, don't worry about it. And not only what it is about the free, what it is us about the free, about the free. The story that he wants to give the fig tree, the fig is not ready, and he cares the fig tree. He will teach us to curse him. Now, how we know that when he's talking about the fig, he's talking about the tree? He's going to meet with an end. He sits beside people. And when he saw him came from far away, he said, oh, this guy is a person of truth. He's not a liar. Business and end is a 6-month from Shimon. There are 2 orders of the same life. The first one is Reuben, is the order of the Reuben Shimon, 5 minutes. Reuben Shimon, done. After the Reuben is the 7th. Shimon says that's the first one. The 6th one, the Tandem, is done. Now, it is another order. It's the order of the flag. There was the important pleasure. So now, Shimon is the 5th. Is the order. After Shimon is done, the 5th, after that, is the 2 orders done. In the Tandem is the 6th one. Is a snake. And now we understand why I'm telling you all the time. I know you all before when you are sitting under the fig tree, was talking with Felix. Right? You were talking with Felix under the fig tree. So I know your story of when your story was part of the snake. Still, even you are done between my first part, parallel to the part of that, you are not done. Okay? So, this book becomes the rectification of the state of that. And the rectification of everything you will find in Christianity. What is the faith? What is the faith? What is it worth? What really are? Not just a point. If it is just a point, you call it right of care. And we call it not such story. The Jewish are intelligent people. What do we tell them about this? That it teaches us to be a good person. Just a true word. Not an explanation. Many years, and I have been negotiations with my rabbi. Rabbi is against me of over program. Legally, Jesus, Asa and Jesus make one mistake. Both were good, both had and my rabbi admitted it.
Thank you very much. Good words. Also coming from Jerusalem to us. We would like to end this session of the Congress. We after that continue to the next session. We have a break between the sessions. So ending the session with welcoming blessings words. Rabbi Ezra, please again.
So now I just want to say thank you very much to everyone. Rabbi, Professor Abraham earlier spoke about the significance of the number 10, which is Sarei and Sarot, and so on. This is the significance of the numbers. And Ariel Aloro spoke to us about Orot de Tohu and Kelim de Tikkun, which is the lights of chaos in the vessels of the Tikkun, which is structure, order, and of course, it's a very complicated gematria, quantum math. Rabbi Ginsburg is a friend of Rabbi Ariel Aloro, and they discuss these issues at length. So definitely a very interesting topic. I want to say thank you also to all for welcoming the nation of Ephraim here to the Jewish people. And now we're going to take a small break, and we're going to set up the chairs to face the screens so that Patrick, Alex, and Hans can show us about the Temple coin, about anti-Semitism, and about the Ephraim media truth. Okay, so thank you, everybody. We have to finish all the food and all the drinks, so whatever's left, guys, it's your job to finish, and we'll see you.
Then your battery is running low.
Make some kind of are you gonna do it? You got this? You figured it out? Did you test the screen?
Yes, it's working.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Ariel, you wanna,
Über diesen oder was ist da, wofür ist? Sollen wir alle über den Rechner laufen jetzt die Präsentation dann? Ja, das geht ja nicht. Nee, es ging nur, da läuft ja der Stream. Ja. Sitze ich ja jetzt hier, du bist jetzt live. Ja. Jetzt ist meine Kamera weg. Klar, dass man das, wenn man es rechts braucht, ist es links dran, ne? Aber das müssen eigentlich, dann müssen wir es hier hinstellen. Das reinstellen. Kannst du deinen Rechner dran stecken, wenn du fertig bist. Haben wir Strom? Also hier auf dem Bild ist das Spiegelverkehr, ne? Ist nur auf dem Zoom-Meeting. Ah, okay. Hier steckt nur diese. Wir müssen den Verteiler nochmal vielleicht holen. Das ist HDMI 1, ja, ne? Ja, also vorhin hatte ich das angesteckt, meinen Rechner, und jetzt ging gleich. Ja, ja, ich weiß, aber bei mir ist mit dem Adapter, das ist manchmal beschissen. So, es wäre wahrscheinlich erstmal besser, meinen hinzustellen, weil Hannes und meine Präsentation könnten ja irgendwie auf dem Rechner laufen. Ist dann einmal an. Ich habe nämlich aber eine Kopie freigegeben von der Er hat mir seine Kopie freigegeben von seiner Präsentation. Ja, schließ direkt mal einfach mal ein. Zum sehen, dass es geht. Ja. Ja, das ist nämlich der scheiß Adapter. Der hatte. Das wird sich wohl ausgeadaptet. Das ist wahrscheinlich noch eine Quelle oder so. Schön. Normalerweise nicht. Spiegel.
No.
Heißt das, dass du deine Präsentation hier auch freigeben möchtest denn? Das geht aber nicht. Geht nicht? Also glaube ich nicht, dass es geht. Du hast deine Präsentation wahrscheinlich nicht auf Google machen, weil Google scheiße ist. Maximal, wenn ich mich da mal auf iCloud anmelde. Den hier? Ja.
Okay. That one.
Der Ton ist jetzt an. Alles, was du sagst, ist jetzt live, Hubert.
Und es ist jetzt schon live.
Das ist die ganze Zeit live. Wir sind ununterbrochen live.
Ununterbrochen live.
Ja, dann habe ich doch wohl hoffentlich nichts Verkehrtes.
Aber hier ist das Mikrofon. Hier ist das Mikrofon.
Da ist das Mikro.
Also vielleicht von hier nach da sprechen.
Von hier nach da, because Abraham Ehrlich is a Jew, can he sit in the front? So he's a Levi also.
Perfect. All the Jews should sit in the front.
We have a list. We have a list. Sorry, okay. Trying to get everyone to get in.
Yeah, it's on live. We stream everything. So now we hear something about how we do with our cable. So here we have what? Catch with the president.
This is a new,
This I know, and we have the introduction of the new points. Yeah.
the efficacy of that knowledge, instruments, influence, and attributes to your will and your satisfaction. The parameter should be what you want, satisfaction, and the measurement of efficacy, how efficient it is for you to get what you want, doing what you want and your satisfaction. The efficiency of your knowledge, your instruments, your influences, and your attributes towards getting that person's want. If I measure how your knowledge, what you know of something, your instrument, so that measures is the true value. That your point.
And that's what you say. So his English is not that super duper.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to translate it. So it's good.
The theory of value, of theory of idea.
In Theorie des Ideal. That was
One.
Law of measure.
That's all we need.
Efficiency of people around you, especially the elderly.
Would someone like to sing, dance, entertain, show us, singing, dancing, juggling?
Robert, you're gonna speak So welcome everyone. Is this working? Eins, zwei, drei. This works. Version. Hard rocks. Broken about to the second part with the Rishus with permission from Chief Rabbi of Haifa, Abad Rabbi of Haifa, thank you everyone for the second part of our presentation. Here at the screens, we have first we're going to hear a few words from the president of the nation of Ephraim from the Golan Embassy. Hubar, please. Ephraim's named by the leader of the nation of Ephraim, ultra-Orthodox Noahide Sanhedrin advisor. Oh, people!
Und jetzt darf ich sprechen nach einer langen Reihe von wichtigen Rednern und einigen Theologen bin ich jetzt dran. Und mein iPad hat ja wohl den rabbinischen Eichtest überstanden. Die Damen und Herren, Zuschauer und Anwesende, ich bin Hubert Roland, ich bin der Präsident der Ehrengemeinschaft Jakob. Und ich habe eine kleine Skript gemacht, damit, weil da so viel passiert ist und so viel los ist, damit ich den Faden ein bisschen halten kann.
Also soll ich einfach zu übersetzen oder nicht so?
Ja, wenn
Übersetzen.
So viel, wenn du dann anhältst,
ich beginne jetzt. Also ich möchte mich zuerst bei Rabbi Josef Fideri bedanken für die bisherige Zusammenarbeit. Seit mehr als 9 Monaten arbeiten wir zusammen und es ist wirklich tolle Sachen entstanden. Und
So firstly, want to thank Rabbi Henry, for the cooperation. In the last 9 months, there are a lot of issues already has been accomplished.
Und ich möchte mich auch bei Rabbi Ben-Zion Gagula bedanken für die Möglichkeit, hier überhaupt sprechen zu dürfen.
And he wants to thank also Rabbi Ben-Zion Gagula for the possibility to speak here in this location.
Und auf dem Weg bis hierhin haben wir ja schon einiges vollbracht. Wir waren eben mit dem Rabbi Berger auf dem Berg, auf dem Mount Zion, am Grab Davids und haben da ja die Sanhedrin Initiative vorangetrieben.
So we already had, our meeting on Mount Zion together with Rabbi Berger to progress our Sanhedrin initiative.
But can we say one thing? We want to thank him. He's a very talented guy. Has tremendous connections. He's got a powerful work ethic, and he takes his time to connect to Judah and to God and to the third temple. We could have had a very happy life without it. So we thank him.
Also,
You can translate it in German.
wir bedanken uns bei dir, weil du die Anstrengung unternommen hast, zu einem jüdischen Bruder hinzugehen. Du hättest ansonsten easy schmeezy live haben können und jetzt brauchst du ein Tempel mit.
Schmiesi is also in German.
So geht es weiter, ja. Es ist mir wirklich eine große Ehre, wie schon angesprochen, nach dieser Odyssee, die wir in Deutschland, in Europa durchgemacht haben, hier sein zu dürfen.
Oh, yes. Yes, so
In English.
Okay, I'm not a diplomat. What's the GNOME translator? So of
All the
course,
Sanhedrin advisors need to translate language. So it's part of the job description.
so Hubert, of course, is very honored to be here. And Sonna, I forgot the rest of the story.
Da wir uns als Ehrengemeinschaft Jakob unter den einen Gott gestellt haben, haben wir eigentlich gedacht, wir müssten keine NGO gründen. Aber es war ganz anders. Und wir standen in Deutschland, in Europa sofort unter Druck und mussten eben halt eine NGO gründen, um uns mit den staatlichen Stellen besser umgehen zu können. Ja.
So our society of the heirs of Jacob was completely under pressure, from various in Europe, and out of that reason we formed the non-profit organization Ehrengemeinschaft Jakob, or Society of the Heirs of Jacob, to better counter whatever comes to us.
Wir haben uns im Rahmen der Völkerverständigung verpflichtet, einen Frieden in Zion und einen neuen Bund mit Juda zu machen.
So we put on ourselves, to create a new covenant with our brethren from Judah.
Unsere Aufgabe ist auch der interreligiöse Austausch zwischen Christen, Juden und Moslems auf Grundlage von Tora und Propheten.
So it is also the interreligious dialogue with Christian Muslims and Jews, of course, on the basis of the Torah and the Israeli prophets.
Zu diesem Zweck haben wir auch Ausbildungszentren, auch Möglichkeit für Ausbildung geschaffen. Mehrere Epizentren existieren bereits in Deutschland und in Europa. Und da wollen wir dran weiterarbeiten.
So for these purposes, we have, our educational areas, we call Epicenter, and now this is the path we want to continue.
Mit einer Anmeldung bei der Ehrengemeinschaft Jakob, akzeptiert man Mose und die Propheten als Grundlage, als AGBs, um hier überhaupt wirken zu können und mitzumachen.
So everybody who signed with the Society of the Heirs of Jacob, accepts that there is only one God, and he accepts the Torah of Moses and the Israeli prophets as his personal terms of service.
Und unter rabbinischer Supervision haben wir natürlich auch hier einige Zwischenziele auf dem Weg zum dritten Tempel. Und zwar möchten wir hier in Jerusalem ein Aufnahmezentrum gründen, bilden, dass Leute, die sich registriert haben und ins Land kommen wollen, da schon mal einen Aufenthalt haben. Ferner möchten wir hier diese Synagoge hier in Haifa ausbauen zu einem Ausbildungszentrum gemeinsam mit Rabbi Ben-Zion Bagula und unserem Torah-Club.
So we want to expand the cooperation. So on one side, we want to have something like a little center here with the head of Abraham Ehrlich. When people are coming freshly into the land, that they have the place, to get acquainted with the issues and then get distributed in the land. And of course, we want to put ourselves behind a complete education center here with the help of Rabbi Gagula here in Haifa.
Super. Ja, danke. Große Idee. Und wie es weitergeht, in unserem Verein sind einige Spezialisten von uns aktiv. Wir haben verschiedene Geschäftsbereiche. Da ist Ephraim Media Truth, da ist unser Antisemitismus-Experte und natürlich Hannes Antaschek von templecoin.org. Gold und Silber, das ist das Geld Gottes, da wollen wir wieder hin. Denn das ist gut für die ganze Welt. Wenn ein Panzer Silber oder Gold kostet, wird keiner mehr einen Panzer kaufen, sondern wird das Geld in die Stadt stecken, in die Familie stecken oder in den Tempel stecken. Das ist genau das, worauf wir abziehen. Da wollen wir hin. So, ich habe jetzt eine kurze Zusammenfassung gehalten und es geht gleich weiter mit den Details über templecoin.org, über Gold und Silber, dann mit unserem Antisemitismus-Experten oder Beauftragten und mit Ephraim Media Truth.
So, now
Ein Satz. Bist du fertig?
No, he has to translate.
Ah, okay.
So now I'm a bit out. So first, there are, of course, a lot of guys active in our area. So we later hear from Alexandra, we will hear from Patrick, our anti-Semitism editor, and of course also from Hannes, here from our Ephraim National Gold and Silver Trust. And I think that was it. Yes. Ephraim Media. Okay, aber Alex habe ich gesagt.
All right, das ist alles.
Sehr, sehr löblich.
Ich möchte noch daran erinnern, was der israelische Präsident Herzog gesagt hat, dass alle Religionen willkommen sind in Israel. Und was ist mit Samarien und Galiläa?
Yeah. So we want to remind everybody what it's like Herzog said, actually on the 25th of May, during Davos, that Israel accepts every religious stream and also every faith. So, and now, of course, it's a big question. Okay, what's with Judea and Samaria? So this is, I think,
a big issue.
Very big issue, big issue.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you all. You're a great advisor, and we get better at it as it goes with experience. It's like the game at whatever. Okay. Anyway, okay. Who's next?
How to switch?
It is the greatest, undisputed. Who are we holding? I'm confused now.
I'm holding.
Okay. We'd like to welcome our good friend that has come to visit Israel many times before. We've done some of the Sanhedrin Initiative scouting missions together with him. It is none other than Hannes Antaschek, I'm saying it right, from templecoin.org. Templecoin.org.
Thank you. Hello. So I will say hello to everyone. Nice to be here. Thank you, Rabbi Ben-Zion for hosting us. So please let it like this. Thank you. And I will try if the technique is working, and then the most of our people from the nation of Ephraim know what's about, but there are some. We got 3 or 4 Jews here, yeah, and we want to explain you. Yes. So
we'll see it later. Don't worry.
So I have a little content, practical content. The line is what means money today and how to shift all wealth, so gold and silver, to Jerusalem with science-centered business. So as a lot of people were talking about a lot of Torah stuff, whatever. The thing is for us, how can we bring the spiritual stuff in a material world? So to fulfill the prophecies also in the reality. So what's the action coming out? What's the action coming out? You know, this. So this is the headline. So I make it short. So what's the situation to Shavuot today or tomorrow? Shavuot starts. So we have worldwide economic meltdown. I just read it here. Inflation, collapse of industrial production, crashing of retail trade, real estate, no jobs, no income, and of course with the goal to make the people dependent on social welfare by the socialist state. You know, so people working for taxes and rates with having anything left. So that's mainly the situation. Mainly, of course, there are some extreme concentration of wealth. Some little people have very much money, but a lot of people have not very much, no money at all. So why is it? Because we have a problem of money itself. So what's the money? Is the fiat cash, the credit money. It's a paper money which is dead actually, paper money out of nothing, and not the real money of Hashem, which is gold and silver. So it's a problem of money. After decades of central banking, that system is coming to an end right now. Yeah, we see that. So side mark here also, central banking is an invention by Karl Marx in his famous book, The Capital. So
and even the coins that we have of metal, it's also dead. If it's not gold and silver, it's also dead.
It's nothing. Yeah. It's nothing. Yes. So this is a situation right now. Sorry. I make it short, not too much.
The absolute value measured in the instrument, the gold and silver.
Of course, it started out with the temple, but I don't talk of the prophet of the Torah now. So we have the biggest crash, biggest recession ahead, and now personally of the biggest credit debt bubble of all times. This is actually now, it's actually starting since December 2021. That was the crash starting, and we have a little bit recovering, but the next cycle down is really starting. The US default is threatening right now. Also, the stock market is in process of crashing, and of course, the Corona lockdowns were a big reason for the situation now. So the Corona lockdowns were, of course, planned stuff also, and we have the situation. So what's about? What's behind? Yeah, so we have two sides of the same coin. So the one is the great. I don't know if you know this. We have the Great Reset by the international socialists in connection with the church. On the stage, you see Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum, and therefore official advertising in 2030, you will own nothing and you will be happy. So their plan is to make a socialism structure, like you have no real property anymore. You can rent just stuff and share stuff with others. So you are really have nothing left at the end. This is what they plan. But we have two groups of people. The other side is the people who stand with Jerusalem and prepared by law that prophecies can fulfill. So we have not only the bad actors, we have some good actors on the world scene also. But both sides leading to the same process, which we are witnessing right now, the destroying of the current fiat money debt system. This is what we actually witnessing. So the one side is planning the digital control cash with no real property, and the other side prepared bursting the debt bubble to bring the money back to gold and silver again. I will come to this in the next. The underlying reason, because of extreme monetary expansion the last decades. It's just a purchase, you see as a purchasing power of the US dollar, it breaks down. So if you, in 1915, you have this purchasing power of the dollar, and now after Corona, you have maybe 3% purchasing power of the same dollar. The purchasing power is going down to zero.
70 years.
Yes. So how can we shift the money system from paper credit, fiat money to gold and silver? First, we are allowed to do this. All law is made for us. This is actually the thing. International trade law, religious freedom, so we self-governance of the entity nation of Ephraim, which is a subject of international law. So we figured it out. Normally, before gold and silver, there should come maybe different introduction from our nation, the law situation, the FE card by law situation, because all is valid by law what we do. We know the law of the secular state, and we go by this. It's all legal what we do. So this is very important. So just change the system from credit debt cycle to gold and silver cycle. You have just to change this cycle, the money cycle, from a debt credit debt cycle to a gold silver cycle. Just starting using gold and silver and go out of the cash debt, out of the cash.
We can do this now.
Yes. You can even run the whole worldwide economy. Habe ich was übersprungen? So you can even run the whole worldwide economic system, which is, and the classical exchanges of shares, Dow Jones, SP 500, DAX, as it's organized now. You can switch all this to the basics of the Ephraim National Gold and Silver Trust. So we have a solution, and we have, the trust has already proved in concept. This is very important. So if anybody talks about who is Mashiach and whatever, nobody knows maybe. Some people think they know, but the thing is, what the Mashiach has to do, he has to offer solutions for the biggest problems of the world. Then he will be Mashiach. So I think we are really close to that, really close with our system, and I will try to explain. So, but just a quick explanation how we came here. The US Fed dollar is important. Started in 1914, backed by gold. So it was in the beginning, you get an ounce of gold for $20. It was backed by gold, and then step after step they canceled the gold connection, and after they canceled it, they can print so much they want. So this is basically what happened. So anyway, now the price is from $19, $18 around, but normally in the relation to all the debt money, an ounce of gold could be between $50,000 or $100,000. Did anyone get that? Normally, an ounce of gold in this time would be between $50,000 and $100,000. There are people who say an ounce of silver should be around 10,000 US dollars at the moment, when it would be not manipulated totally. So silver is the most underrated and most manipulated asset in the world. They manipulate gold and silver down for decades to give the people the illusion of the credit debt. They needed to push gold and silver down. But when you make the real connection with paper money, it was high, it would be really high price. Value, exactly. Yeah. So enormous amount of printed paper debt backed by thin air was the engine of the economy for the last decades. And after inflation hit in 2 years ago, the central bankers were forced to raise rates. They were forced to. International socialists are forcing every asset class going down. Current process. Every asset class going down. We will witness this. We witness this. The paper money loses its ability to hold value. Paper money is going down completely. Yes, it's happening right now. So what's the solution? Again, the solution is already here. The plan of the bad guys is very much synchronous to the plan of the good guys, and also with Hashem's storyline. What is Hashem's storyline? So what we're witnessing is the biblical reason of the planners. The planners, which is US money and the US dollar, which is a Freemasonry state. So they planned on the Bible. So they knew at the end, it's about debt relief. There has to be a debt relief, or you get in total control by digital money. You have two options: total control by digital money, or you make a debt relief. And this is the only two options, you know? So, yeah, it's special. You don't have to understand everything. So, shift the world pyramid of money upside down, all up. So at the end, if this process, when this process is ending, then you will have all the purchasing power back in gold and silver again. So this purchasing power of gold and silver will explode at a moment of time. This will happen. You will. One temple coin is maybe a wage for a day. It's really a purchasing power normally. Okay, so what means debt cancellation every 50 years and how it's connected to the planning of the US? The US is a Freemason state planned on the Bible and was preparing everything for the case that the Son of Man will show up as announced in the Holy Scriptures. So they indebted the whole world and hoped for the case that the one who will forgive debt will show up finally. Otherwise, when this guy didn't show up, they would control everything on their own in the end. So they have two options. Maybe Moshiach come, okay, then we can make it with him a new deal, or you will not come, then we control everything. So after Jerusalem fall in the hand of the Jews in 1967, 50 years later in 2017, Trump sent the embassy of the US to Jerusalem after getting letters of Ephraim and prepared for a transfer of the kingdom from Rome to Zion. So there's a lot of has happened already, a lot of stuff. This is another presentation. In the time of the presidency of Trump, he prepared a lot for this transfer of the kingdom. You will very much with Netanyahu also and with other guys. So, for example, Abraham Accords, actions of David Melech Friedman, the ambassador of the US, he's really done also very big stuff. So you see it on the dollar, on the pyramid. You have a new order of the ages. In God we trust one. One guy has to show up and we just have to watch out for him and then finally recognizing him. This was a construct. Then he will be placed on the top of the pyramid and will forgive all debt. This was the planning of the US dollar, actually. So the enormous amount of debt was done in the hope and belief that someone, a human, will show up and will forgive all debt and return money to gold and silver again by a new deal, of course. So this is also in the Psalms, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Therefore, from Isaiah, therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. Yeah, he will be placed on top. This they know the Bible very well, these guys, you know. Okay. So what we are actually doing. So how is the Ephraim National Gold and Silver Trust working? We invented the Ephraim National Gold and Silver Trust in the process of legal self-governance on 11th of August 2020 with 7 founding members signed the card of the trust. You will find the trust card on templecoin.org. So the mission, giving the people the opportunity to turn back their credit debt, cash and digits into real wealth, gold and silver in an ordered process, and even to run all the economy. So we can do that. We can do that.
Yes. Yeah, it's a nice moment.
Yes, we can. Obama. So how does it work with us? The trust certificates. That's a mission, like the dollar in the beginning, respect by gold. So turn that into Hashem's money, gold and silver. Buy in with silver and gold backed certificates. Every certificate is backed by 1 gram of silver or gold. On an LBMA, as a London bullion market, this is from invention from Rothschild, weight account. We have a weight account and we buy physical gold and silver on the weight account if you buy in. So this is very important. This is the best access we have to the gold and silver market in the whole Europe. Again, nobody offers this access for the people like we do. Nobody. So trust depot for all members change paper debt and real money. So it's just examples. You have maybe some people, they change money in silver or gold bought by the trust, and the trust manages all the gold and silver from the different people. So the trust changes when an integration with trust rate account. You got it?
Yes.
No thanks. Okay. So we have different important outcomes. Every member can build his own silver and gold depot in real grams for the personal personal need, exactly. Then the trust certificates are extended to create science-centered trust companies, which give entrepreneurs the opportunity to start a company and give investors the opportunity to invest in companies via silver-backed certificates. So every certificate is backed by 1 gram of silver plus additional investment amount for the trust company, and is listed and traded on our trust exchange. So we have a trust exchange and we can trade these certificates from different companies. The same like it's in the Dow Jones or S&P 500, same system, backed by silver and gold. So this makes a buyer an owner of a share of a special company, and investment can be directed into good goals, meaning science-centered business, Torah economy. So this is a point. You can start whatever company you want to do. You can make Torah economy. You can make a Sanhedrin company for investors. What is this actually? You open the gate for investors to buy in and invest in your science-centered business. You know, this is actually cool. So you can do a lot of new companies. There's a lot of need of a lot of stuff. So we can offer the shares. We can of course he talked a lot about the 7 laws of Noah company. You can offer the people the opportunity to buy in. This is concrete, you know. So at now, the trust already offers the central companies of the nation of Ephraim, for example, Ephraim Media Tools, famous company, Temple Coin, Holy Wheat Foundation, with Cannabosem and what's all around, because petroleum was replacing Cannabosem in the past. So you can build with Cannabosem a lot of good stuff, not only for smoking. You can make clothes and whatever, you know.
Oh, really?
You can make. So whatever, we just had or actually some trust companies, but we can build more trust companies. So, for example, clearing the Mount Zion, whatever. You know, there's a lot of stuff to do. Potential, exactly. So we offer also for the House of Judah the possibility to build their own companies. Laws of Noah, Sanhedrin initiative, making Mount Zion great again, and others, all backed by silver, and creating a Hashem money system. This is all legal and already working out, as we are allowed to make our self-governance, and we are actually trade law and secular, also by religious freedom, and so make an all-in processes also. for investing in the 12th quiet kingdom and make Zion great again. It's a little bit repeat. Anyway, so everyone can buy in. Money is giving energy in the right direction. You know, the real money, gold and silver, you give energy by this, of course, you know that. Brings the spiritual stuff from heaven in the materialistic world on earth. We create our future by which we give time and energy. Yeah. So the entrance requirements for the house of Judah, it's just a one-time trust account fee, and then you have your own weight account. This is just one-time trust account fee, $100 with 2.0 from the state of Israel. And then you have a weight account, your own weight account, and you can buy in with a very good price. Actually, you will not find this. Search for a company in the world who has this good system and good price, actually. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, of course, Ephraim's idea. I just worked out Ephraim's thoughts, idea. I just worked it out what he was thinking.
You always know what he's thinking.
So, but what is happening with all about silver and gold from the people? So, for example, now you have 100 kilo. What do you do with this? Which should finally go to the temple treasury. And then, of course, I said, as the trust is mainly the temple treasury, or at least organizes how all the gold and silver finds its way to Jerusalem, because it's the optimal way to lead the gold and silver to this direction. And of course, the main outcome of the trust is the producing of the silver temple coin out of the collected silver, which we see as the official machatzita shekel for the temple, which has to be built and which can be used for all different payments of the Torah. For example, redeeming the firstborn and a lot of other payments. So this is our measuring 7.775 gram. And we came actually with this totally conform to Rufen Prager, who died last year. He actually said the same, 7.77 grams fine silver for the holy half shekel. We call it shekel, but this is a different next step. So anyway, this is what we produce out of the collected gold and silver. So it's a little bit repeating, which is bought by all managed gold and silver of the people, is meant to enable the biblical payments around the temple and should also become the world's leading circulation coin and is sold to all the public. So the certificate holders are rewarded by the selling. So if you imagine you hold people hold the certificates and the trust works with it and produces and sells the temple coin, then finally we are able to book them more silver there because we made a trade progress with the silver.
The more people trade with it, the more the value goes.
We make progress by trading, by selling the temple coin, by whatever. We move the silver and gold and it becomes growing. And of course, no, in the trust it will become at the end more.
Yeah, but I say also the people in the trust that have silver temple coins, if the other coins are in circulation, then, for example, vending machines or a change office, becomes more valuable in real time, in the real world.
Yes, of course, and showing. Of course, other denominations and sizes of bars and coins will be produced in the future. We just started out with a small budget. The entire trading profit of the product sold benefits the holders of the certificates in the form of more gold and silver booked on their own weight account. This is very good. So
digital track.
this is the next step, exactly. So we have different silver circuits affected. First, an internal circuit. Members of the trust can buy and sell trust certificates. That's so. Secondly, the external sale of physical products for this public, which is first a silver temple coin. And beyond that, also a trading system for physical goods of our customers, standard ounces. So a lot of people have a lot of silver and gold, and we can trade it for them. we can make it trackable and move their silver. While normally the people just have it at home, left in the corner, and nothing is coming out, and we move it just. And of course, we can track it. You're right. So if you are talking about real money for the own people, it's easy to offer a digital payment system where everything is traceable, so that everyone knows at any moment who owns what and how much and where is each gram located in every moment of time. This is actually what we started out to try, but we had some difficulties. We want to finish this process, of course, make it really traceable, and it's mostly simple. We just need some more focus to end it. The traceable techniques.
Too many conflicts.
Yeah. This simple trading system for real money is to be established via an app, so that every user can watch his own trading balance of trust certificates or real physical bars and billions, and can trade it in our own app. This is, of course, what he planned from the very beginning, our own app. And it's mainly easy, because the best solutions are mainly simple. The difficult, the best stuff is total simple. This is what we have. So the exact workings of the trust are explained in our Trust Charter from the 11th of August, which you will find on TapCoin. Here are a few more example goals. Initial trust goals are to accumulate 1,000 tons of silver and 100 tons of gold. Second, building our TempleCoin factory in Ariel, Samaria. Samaria is a tribal area of Ephraim. Then, of course, audit the trust books on the following people according to the Charter, where we started out in 2020, and now we are in touch with half of the people. So, a representative of the Sanhedrin is replaced by you, Mr. Hilaire Weiss. So we have you like in the Charter. Thank you for, you can check our books next. More work for you, or your organization behind, of course. A representative of the Orthodox rabbis in Israel, preferred Rabbi Ephraim Feld, who is also here. And thanks, Avi. And then a representative of the Joseph National Conference, preferred Ephraim Funk. Yes. It's very cold here, yes, sometimes.
Just off. Yeah, it's cold enough, my friend. My dear friend, it's cold enough.
Yeah. So we audit the books by the mayor of Ariel, a representative of the Israeli government, a representative of the US government, and 5 annual rotating FEIDs, trust account owners. So it's about checking our balances. So, and now I come, sorry, to the end, not overwhelm you, but one of my main points for today, and to be honest, we are struggling with taxes. Yes, the trust is struggling with taxes. It was, it is, I would love that he's, anyway, Rabbi Bangula, you're still around. Anyway. She's on toilet, maybe. Anyway, we are struggling with taxes. It's real. So as we tried out the last 2-3 years on our own with small budget, we are still in anti-Semitic attacks by the government, and we are struggling. So of course, we need help of the Jews to clean out that. So. First, I want to tell you the important consequence. Ezra 7, you know this. Whatever is commanded by the God of heaven, let it be diligently done for the house of the God of heaven. For why should there be wars against the realm of the king and his sons? Also, we certify you that touching any of the priests and Levites, singers, porters, netizens, or ministers of this house of God, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, tribute, or custom upon them. And so Ezra, after the wisdom of thy God that is in thine hand, set magistrates and judges which may judge all the people that are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of thy God, and teach ye them that know them not. So of course, our temple coin should be tax-free. Or you think that also, I guess. So we do really holy work. I see like this. We all together do holy work, and of course we should. So with while the anti-Semitic state suppresses us really hard also in Germany and is forcing us financially very hard via taxes, we have the right to be tax-free and should use the state of law in our context to the new Israel government regarding tax exemption for our holy work, offering the silver temple coin for the third temple. All secular law, as same as a new Torah governance in Israel, should offer us a historic opportunity to set us all free together. Yeah? Yes. Smotrich, the finance minister Smotrich, you know that better, he made big remarks also about biblical economy and shifting everything to on gold and silver. So it should, we really should do this. Yes. Yes, I pray for that. Yeah, to be honest, I have to.
Will this be available? This presentation will be available on.
Yeah, maybe.
So we can show it later.
So finally, good news offer for today. We made a very great new. There's an image missing. I'm sorry. There's normally the image from the.
No, it's the whole point.
The Shavuot. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Joseph, for your great design concept. So we have it's a new temple coin special edition Shavuot from this year's Sanhedrin initiative. Of course, so I want to introduce Christoph Teichmann. Hello, he's our minter, our coin minter. Mint master, our mint master. I love mint. And he made a really good job. I'm thankful that he's there and he wants to say some words.
Hallo, einmal es freut mich sehr, dass ich hier einmal hier sein kann. Und ja, ich habe ein paar schöne Coins geprägt und wollte mich einmal bei ein paar Leuten bedanken. Einmal an den Ulf. Natürlich, weil wir von dem sehr viel lernen.
Hans, can you translate?
I do.
In den verschiedenen Bereichen, in Tora, natürlich in den Lebensbereichen und so. Und, ja.
So he's happy to make this job and he wants to say thank you, of course, first to Ulf. Did I forget something? And he wants to present some coins, huh?
Yes, the new coins.
The new issue. Do it later.
That's right. You can buy mine. You have another one?
Kommt gleich auch.
What do you want? You are the man. Okay. So he wants to present Ulf a coin, I guess.
Yes. Okay.
No. It's a new issue. It's one of the polished metal. And of course, another one for this guy.
Yeah, for me.
He needs one.
I want to be your first customer.
You don't have it? Hast du keine Münze für ihn?
Kommt doch jetzt auch noch.
Yeah, slowly.
Okay. Take your time. I'm sorry. I didn't want to ruin the show. Okay, go ahead.
No,
I'm excited as you. Tell him I'm just as excited as you.
Er ist so aufgeregt wie du.
Ja gut, einmal auf jeden Fall auch an den Rabbi Edri, natürlich, weil wir halt durch ihn halt auch ins Land richtig reingekommen sind und mittlerweile auch gut zusammenarbeiten. Und das freut mich, dass es weiter ausgebaut werden kann.
Of course, he's thankful for you that because of you, we made the entrance to the Jewish world. Finally, of course, there was Avi before, yes, but you really introduced us here. And thank you very much, of course. And it's your design concept. Thank you for this very good design. Very nice.
Dann einmal an den Rabbi Abraham Feld. Einfach weil Ulf von ihm als erstes mitgelernt hat und Ulf auch als erstes mit auf ihn gehört hat. Einmal vielen Dank dafür.
Vielen Dank.
Yes, because you're the first one and you teach all. Ulf needed you. So we need you also.
Gott sei Dank.
Hey, why don't you come up to get a coin?
Give him a coin.
From the Eberstein.
And then you have the last, du hast eine letzte.
Dann hatte ich noch eine für den Rabbi Ben-Zion. Ja, weil wir die schöne, wunderschöne Synagoge benutzen dürfen, um unsere Präsentation auszurichten und so. Und ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you for everything.
Danke.
Okay, so yes, this is it. So let me just check one thing. Yes, I think it was. Ah, take one. And yes, thank you, Christoph. I just want to leave you with words. So I hope you remark. We can explain you again how the trust company system works, that we can bring more companies in and the order process for this. I will explain you personally. And of course, you can buy temple coins. Let's sell this Sanhedrin coin in hopefully thousands, 10,000, 100,000, millions, you never know. This Hashem said, thank you for everything. And this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. What, we're not going to give you a talk? Thank you, Hannes, for templecoin.org. You're amazing. Thank you for the detailed, intricate slideshow. And now we're on to our, who's next? Patrick, Pesach, for the anti-Semitism report, is going to tell us about his book and a few words, warming words as usual. And he has a very good spirit. Thank you very much, Patrick. Also, the Sanhedrin advisor. 1 second. Sanhedrin advisor of the Sanhedrin initiative, and of course, the nation of Ephraim. Thank you very much, Patrick. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you for these warming words, for a good start and to talk about anti-Semitism. But first of all, I want to say thank you to you guys, Rabbi Ben-Zion Gagula, for this beautiful synagogue that we can come together, have a joining together. The nation of Ephraim is finally here after a long journey of anti-Semitic attacks, because this is my area of working, and thank you so much. And we are here at winners now, yes, not losers or something like that, and because we survived this trip. So we had, and I will bring some details in there. And, we are not, so but we are here, and that is very important for us after the last 7 years. And I want to say thank you to you, because you're a very special guy for me. So you're so open for our stuff we did in the last years. So the temple coin, our first visit with you, that was absolutely amazing to see that and how the things are developing after that. Yeah, this was special only in a couple of months. Yeah, so we have the Sanhedrin initiative now, and for me, it's the only way to bring justice to the world. So, and I'm a justice fanatic, if you want so, and after my 20-year ongoing search for truth, the Sanhedrin is the only solution I've found, to bring really justice and solve the problems on the core. Yeah, so that's why I think we are on a good road together, and
very welcome.
I love it. Yeah, so we heard a lot about the good things. So the Torah comes true, the prophecy, all these of Abraham Accord, the Sanhedrin initiative, and also these are all good things. But so we have also the bad things, and I would like to give you a view about what has happened to us in the 7 years about anti-Semitic attacks. You see, the Hannes told already so a little bit at the end, and so let's do my presentation, and so I have to finish this one because it's absolutely necessary in the Geulah and in the fulfill of the prophecy to talk about anti-Semitism. And yeah, so when we talk about anti-Semitism, the better word creation is anti-Semitism awareness. Yeah, so to become aware what anti-Semitism in reality is, because in 2016, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance published a new definition about anti-Semitism, and I will show you that. So the working definition from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance 2016. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestation of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jews or, and that is very specific, non-Jewish individuals and or their property toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So actually this is meaning that anti-Semitism can be against Jews and non-Jews. So, and then after the IHRA published this definition, a lot of countries all over the world, a lot of institutions all over the world adopted this definition. So, for example, we have the German government, yeah, or whatever you want to call it, yeah. So they adopted this definition, yeah. Then we have, for example, the Knesset, yeah, adopted this definition also. It's very important to understand that. And so the European Union is doing this too. So I was in Basel, in the Theodor Herzl House, so where he published the blueprint for the state of Israel. So, and this is for Ms. Schnurbein. She is the EU anti-Semitism envoy from the entire European Union, and I gave her our anti-Semitism report. I will show you that a little bit later. So important is when you read this definition and you read the anti-Semitism report from the institution, you find nothing about anti-Semitism against non-Jews, but it's written in the definition. So, and we published our own. Okay, sorry, let me a little bit later. So when you want to talk about anti-Semitism, then you have to realize what is an Semite. Yeah, so because they can be Jew or a non-Jew. So, and for that, that is the beauty on this definition, because when you want to find out what anti-Semitism against a non-Jew is, so we have to open up the Torah. Yeah, so this is it's a gate opener for the Torah. So, and we make a little time trip back to the beginning. So we all know the story from Adam and Eve. Yeah, they eaten the forbidden fruit, they throwing out of the paradise. The humanity comes very evil. Yeah, and God decided, so no, I can't work with them anymore. So, and he picked up Noah and said to him, I will send a flood. So build the ark. Yeah, and the flood is coming. Noah is telling the other guys, oh, the flood will come, so, and they laughed about him. So maybe Noah was the first conspiracy theorist of the world, yeah, in the entire humanity. Yeah, and yeah, the flood is coming, and Noah and his family, they were left. Now, they were the only survivors of that. And that means God starting a new population of the world, yeah, and that he is doing this with Noah and his 3 sons. Shem, Ham, and Japhet. So that means actually that every human being on one way or the other is an upcoming from those 3 sons of Noah. Yeah. So, and that's why we have, because of Shem, we have Semites. Yeah. Because of Ham, we have Hamites, and because of Japhet, we have Japhetites on earth. So everyone is coming out of this family, and that's why we are one big family on earth, and that's why the 7 laws of Noah are also very important. Yeah. So. And let's go to the line of Shem. Yeah, so Shem, 9 generations later, 9 generations later, Abraham is born. Yeah, so, and we know God said to Abraham, neither shall thy name anymore be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. And for a father of many nations have I made thee. So Abraham is coming out of the line of them. That means he is a Semite. Yeah, so when God is saying to him, yeah, I will make you to father of many nations, then you have a lot of Semite nations in the world. So there we have the Jewish people, the Jewish Semites, and also in many nations around the world with non-Jewish Semites. So that's why the definition on anti-Semitism from 2016 is very important. Yeah, so you can
includes the rest of Shem's children.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so it shows the entire picture. So when you're focusing in the fight on anti-Semitism only on Jews, yeah, so then you switch the others out. Yeah, so then that creates anti-Semitism because you don't work with the entire picture because you can't see who is an anti-Semite and who is not. Yeah, it's very important.
Shem is a third of the world.
Again.
Shem is a third of the world because it's
Yes,
3 brothers.
yes.
It's a third of the world.
Yes, so and there's hundreds of millions Jewish and non-Jewish Semites. So and when you want to talk, when we talk about anti-Semitism, then it's against every upcoming Semite from these 3. Yes, of course. Yeah. So, and like I said, you don't find anything about the non-Jewish Semite in the reports. So and. Because of that, we have written in an anti-Semitism report, yeah, to showing the entire picture and
clarify the details.
To clarify the details, right, and the source of anti-Semitism, because it's absolutely important to understand. And when you want to fight against anti-Semitism, yeah, then you have to name the source, and that's why from darkness to light. You have to shine the light on the source of anti-Semitism, and when you're seeing that, then you can develop solutions for that. So and bring this into the light and seeing, okay, they are the evil guys. Yeah. So, and this anti-Semitism report is in the camp. Yeah. This anti-Semitism report is written on 3 different levels, and we had to make a decision. So we could write a very scientific book, so with thousands of sides, or we push it. We write it in an easy way to understand for everyone when he's opened this book, that he can understand, yeah, maybe I'm a non-Jewish Semite and I'm also affected on anti-Semitism. So that we want to reach many people over the world, because then it's easier to have a small book, an entrance, yeah, and go later into the details. So we don't have to write a scientific book. We decided to make it on a very easy way. So, and of course, I want to speak about the sources of anti-Semitism. Yeah, the highest level. Yeah, so is the religious part. Yeah, so and who is the leader of the world in this moment? So this is the Pope, of course, with the Catholic Church and all these, yeah, ideological Jesus is God. Stuff, yeah. So that is a very important issue, because they fight against you when you saying no, Jesus is not God. Yeah. So because Jesus is the Son of God and you can't be the Creator. So and they are totally freaking out when you're saying that. So you know this anti-Semitism more than any other. We call it the Jesus loves you anti-Semitism. Yeah. So it's written in here. The next level is on the political level, without the religious stuff. Yeah, so you can maybe the anti-Semitism from the United Nations. Yeah, so they made an UN resolution 2334. Barack Obama did this. Yeah, so when you read this and you see, okay, actually this is a UN resolution to delay the building of Kingdom of Heaven. So because they are doing some evil stuff in this UN resolution. Or we have the anti-Semitism from Germany, from what they did to us and what they are doing all over the world. Yeah, so or the WHO. Yeah, so you know what happened in the last 3 years in the pandemic. Yeah, this is a really bad stuff what is going on there. And so yeah, many nations all over the world, because they are Semitic, yeah, are affected from that. Yeah, so and we have the religious after this political level. We have the regional level. So small normal guys are affected from anti-Semitism. So and because what we did in the last 7 years, because everyone can see that we are working for Hashem, we are working for Israel, we publish the books, we produce a temple coin and so on, and it's always for Hashem. So, and because we did this, the German construction, so the government construction, they are behind us and attacked us very hard. And I will, everyone in this room can tell you their own story and can testify that. And so I can only bring in one example, because when everyone is telling the story, it was too much time for that. Because maybe I can show you one example. This is Yuri Nazirov. Yuri is a long-time member in the nation of Ephraim, and he was an owner of a well-running fitness center in Hauswinkel, Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia. He's a good guy. He wants to live in peace. He wants to live for Hashem. He wants to give his child a good life, and so on and so on. But this fitness center was well running, and I frequently visited. And the German state is, they create laws and restriction and rules, and so that makes it very, very difficult to lead your business and to have a good life. Because they're coming around, you have to pay this, you have to pay this, you have to pay this, out of nothing. So, and you realize, so I can work, but I have nothing left. So they take everything away from me. So, and for that, he's trying to find a solution. So, and he hired Ephraim in this case. So, and Ephraim, he explained to him the current, because he didn't understand it at that point, why is this happened. So, and Ephraim explained to him the current political situation in Germany, and what this has to do with the Torah and the fulfillment of the prophecy in Israel, and what Yuri has to do for more success in his business. So he said to him, hey, you have to keep the commandments of God, and you will be successful. So, and Shabbat, you keep the Shabbat is crucial. So, and he decided to change his opening hours. And because of that, a lot of members are coming around, and they erase their contracts. So, and at this day, when this happened, the revelation from Daniel 7 was already over. So, and they made the final judgment of the apocalypse in this 30-hour video material is created. I can only mention that because it's for you. You will see in the future that's very, very important what has happened there in Hauswinkel. So, because when you have a final apocalypse, then you have to say the truth about the system and how the system is working. And because of that, our enemies are coming around. So actually, the local press, so coming around. Neue Westfälische from the SPD media empire and others become aware of this and start writing anti-Semitic reports about the nation of Ephraim. So I can show you, so maybe one. So there are a lot of articles they wrote and misleading the public, away from the truth we are talking about in this thing. Pro-science way, 27. So they called. Okay, Yuri is going into a sect. So because he wants to keep the commandments of Hashem. So and the socialists don't like it when you are doing this. Because they want to rule you, they want to push the debt money on you, they want to lead you away from gold and silver, lead you away from the truth, follow their ideologies. This is what the socialists are doing. So, and when you are saying the truth about this, then they're coming around and they attack you. So they use everything they have to fight you or to push down your opinions, your knowledge, and so on. So maybe I give you one example here to see that. It's a couple of years ago. Sect is coming into the fitness center. So that is what they are doing. So on the background, you can see some parts of this final judgment of the apocalypse we did there. So, and it's a very crucial thing what's happened there in this room. And I think in the future, this the Haselmüttel will be the epicenter to maybe that the government will fall because we are spreading the truth with your help. Yeah, so that's why we are also here. So this is 74 sides of articles writing against us. So and this ripples to our entire nation, and it's destroyed. Families take business away. It makes this building is robbed away because of these articles. The German government is coming with a SWAT team and what's heißt Überfall? Attack. They are attacking us. So and I can show you that because when you don't believe me, I have the video proof for that. You know, so this has happened in the building in Hasewinkel. So after a long propaganda campaign, this has happened. The state is coming around. Everyone in the public are saying, "Oh, they are danger." So and you see they're coming with axes and destroying our entrance. Yeah. So the bell is right on the wall there. Yeah. So it's around 3-minute video. So I push it a little bit forward. Yeah, so because you can see they're coming in, so we are not dangerous. So everything we did was for peace in Zion. Yeah, so and that's why they are attacking us.
And
Huh?
that's what you're afraid of, peace in Zion.
Yeah.
And this cute old man, Anton, he also was threatened by them and attacked.
Yeah.
74 years old man.
Yeah. Yeah. So they are coming around, and this is pure anti-Semitic. Yeah. So that you can see that. So we are fighting against this. We are here as winners now. So but we have no justice. That's why it's for me so important that we bring the Sanhedrin into life. Yeah, so that we can solve this issue and fight against this anti-Semitism. Because so we bring the possibility to fight anti-Semitism directly on the source. So when we publish this, yeah, then we will have we will be very, very successful because. When you actually the socialism was never defeated, yeah. So it's growing up after the Second World War. It took another code, yeah. So and then the European Union is coming around of that. It's all anti-Semitic construction. So now there you see the organizers, yeah. So they are coming after everything has happened, yeah, and yeah, they push us complete out, yeah, out of this building, yeah. So we need to go back. Take this. Okay. So for you, yeah, the bank accounts were closed because you are in a sect. Yeah. So that's why we can't work with you anymore. Yeah. The German state institution took away his children. Yeah. They destroyed his family. The state forced auction of his building with his fitness center. They burned Israel flags. They made graffitis on our cars. They flattened our tires. The SWAT team, you already see this video. They are stealing our documents, our silver. They arrested Yuri, yeah, because he wants to work for Hashem. Yeah.
These knives, look at images from the car.
Yeah, so that I will show the pictures because it's so I put this on my website. So let me go through. So I will make this big. Okay, this has happened. Yeah, Israeli flag is burning. Yeah, so when you realize this, when at the synagogue in Germany, Israeli flag would burn, then the police will come in and protect us. But when this happened to us, you know, they don't want to help us. You know, so because they want to destroy us. So that's what's their intention. Yeah. So it was a long story over the last 7 years. Yeah. Then yeah, New World Order. Avi mentioned it, yeah, in the speech. Yeah, the New World Order. So they want a socialist New World Order. So and we are the complete opposite of that. Yeah? So we have to fight this. Yeah? Then you see, we are Shalom, NWO Shalom. Yeah, on our door, it's, on our window. Yeah, so they flatten the tires. Yeah. And yeah, so we have a banner. Yeah, so when you see that, it's a little bit with graffiti. Actually, there's written "End Socialism" because socialism is anti-Semitism. Yeah, so this is, and I'm sorry that I quote this guy from the Third Reich, Joseph Goebbels. He said, "We are anti-Semites because we are socialists." So it's exactly on point. Yeah, that's why our mission is to fight against socialism. Yeah. So they wrote it on the white side. Yeah? So socialism, not end socialism. So destroying our windows. So we named our area as Israeli High Area. So because we want to work for Hashem and so on. And then the German, it's a little bit complicated with the situation in Germany, and it will go too far in the details. So let's go to the next picture. Yeah, so the graffiti. Israel is our bad. Yeah, so it's today. These things are happening. Our bad, our Unglück, Unluck.
Nein, sagt mir, Israel ist ein Missfortune.
A misfortune. Thanks for So this has happened. Yeah, today though, because the Nazis never were gone. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, so then they're coming around and took Louis' building away. Yeah, so and also his childhood, like I said. Yeah? So they arrested him. Yeah. Yeah, Ulf, was there at this moment. Yeah, so they're showing you. The connecting. The anti-Semites are coming together, and what can we do against this? Yeah, so they use the police. Yeah, for that. Sorry. They're stealing our documents and our so everything we've written. So they attacked us very hard.
Okay, to give a little cut in. They really conspired against us to shake us down.
Yeah.
The SPD, they went down into the meeting and figured out, okay, what can we put onto them to get us? Okay.
And they are using this entire
so not only looking at action lane, it was action lane.
Yeah, and they used everything they had, but we are here. Yeah, we are here. Baruch Hashem. So you can say that it's proven. We can deliver a 100% case. It's completely with the existing laws. Yeah. So when we use these laws, then we will win. We will win. We can finish this truly. So, but it's only possible when we are working together. So and publish that, use your networks to the government and so on and so on. When we are coming together, we can finish this. Yeah? This is actually, you can see, burned Israel flag. So, but they are calling always that the security of Israel is absolutely in the German sense. Yeah, so state reason. Yeah, so that is but only the secular state. Yeah, but when you have a new government that is oriented to the Torah or to the script, so then they don't want this. Yeah, that's why Frank-Walter Steinmeier said, "Oh no," or the European Union said, "No, we don't want to have Itamar Ben-Gvir here." So, but too Jewish, too much Torah, too much Hashem, because they hate Hashem. Yeah, that is their motivation. Yeah, to fight against that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so Sektenanführer, exactly. Okay. So, like I said, every activity is 100% based on existing laws within the Roman Babylonian system. Yeah, so we have freedom of faith, conscience, and religious and philosophical beliefs are inviolable. So, but they did exactly the opposite against us. All Germans have the right to form clubs and society, and they attacked us because we did what we did. Yeah? And most important, the general rules of the international law are part of the federal law. They take precedence over the laws and generated rights and obligations directly for the inhabitants of the federal territory. That means the international human rights are above every laws of the states you have in all over the world. Yeah, so it's absolutely binding. So what we did with our Ephraim card or Efi card, like we said, yeah. So we are using the motu proprio from Vatican, Aperuit Illis, yeah, clearly written in there. The people of Israel are holy, yeah. So they are the future in this case, yeah. The Religious Freedom Act, yeah, the UN Resolution 271 for international human rights, and the fundamental agreement between the Holy See and the State of Israel. This is our basement we are working for, and there's some existing laws. Yeah. So, but when you use this, then you get punched. Yeah, from the state in Germany. Yeah. So one of the weapons they are using against us to put us down is they've written they put us into the Constitutional Protection Report North Rhine-Westphalia in 2021. Yeah, the Reichsbürger grouping, Highest of Jacob, Reichsbürger. It's a propaganda word. Yeah, it's a propaganda word. It has nothing. Actually, it has nothing to do with us. We want to have the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, not the Reich in the past. Yeah, so,
Reich in the burger.
Yeah, Reich in the burger. Yeah. Yeah, so
Yes, we should say here we have the sharpest from polemicized against the corona vaccination.
yes,
So we had our pamphlet, what the rabbis say about corona.
yeah,
So we had 100 pages, just what Orthodox rabbinical sources said about corona, and then I wrote one letter. So this is how it's, because of that, I became an enemy of the state.
yes.
Of course. No news here.
Because we are saying the truth. And
I was
then you are
deleted
an enemy
from
of the state.
Facebook. Totally get it.
This is a big issue that we have. Right? So we connected this to genocide. Yeah. So what is the question is here? What is genocide? Yeah? So genocide, mainly when you're going out in the public and ask someone, hey, what is genocide? And maybe he will say to you, yeah, so when someone is taking a weapon and erased an entire nation physically. Yeah. So, but actually is whoever intend to destroy in whole and part a national, racial, religious, or ethnic group. Yeah, we are talking about groups, not entire nations. We are talking about groups. Yeah, kills a member of the group. This has happened in the nation of Ephraim. Inflicts serious physical or mental harm on a member of the group, in particular of the kind referred in section 2026 of the Criminal Code. Yeah, places the group under living conditions that are likely to bring about the physical destruction in whole or in part. And this has actually happened to us. Yeah? Every point has happened to us. Imposes measures intended to prevent birth within the group. Yeah, so when you're destroying a family, yeah, you can't have a child. Yeah, so it's very simple. And it's also happened, forcibly transfer a child of the group into another group, and this has happened too. Yeah, and this is yeah. It's exactly this what has happened to us. Yeah. So and they all know about this. Yeah, the prosecutor's offices Berlin Moabit will bring in the genocide charge. They did nothing. Yeah. Frank-Walter Steinmeier, president of Germany, because he was in Hasewinkel at the Neue Westfälische, and start your campaign against those guys. Yeah? So the conference of the ministers of interiors, we tried to contact them, but they didn't answer. State Criminal Investigation Office, Federal Criminal Police Office, leaders of the parties in the Bundestag. We called everyone, SPD, CDU, FDP, the left, and AfD. They know about us. Yeah? The Vatican, the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, envoys on anti-Semitism in Germany and EU. So, but they don't want to work with us and to bring justice. And of course, the press within the Roman Babylonian system. So I'm finishing in some minutes. Yeah. So what's next? Yeah. So I think the best is keep the way we are in already. Yeah. So that when we are doing this, what we are doing now, then we will be successful to finish this issue. Yeah. Build a Sanhedrin for justice in Israel, in Germany, and for the world. Yeah? Cooperations with the government of Israel. Covenant with House Judah and Ephraim. Yeah. Build the road for the lost tribes. Push gold and silver as currency. Yeah. Torah teaching and the simple seven laws of Noah. Yeah. reading the truth about anti-Semitism against Jews and non-Jews to show the entire picture. And then, of course, free Yuri Nazirov, Norbert Strohmeyer from Holy Wheat Foundation, Sascha Schmigelski from Torah Trends Ministry, and Valerie and all the other members of the Nation of Crime are currently imprisoned in Germany/Rome. They are not able to be at this conference because of the real existence anti-Semitic against non-Jews. So they are trapped. So we have to free them. And for the end, and what is Hashem doing against anti-Semitism? And I quote Isaiah 13:11. And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and I will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. So, okay, thanks for listening, and so I hope I hope this will spread all over the world, and that the truths are coming out about anti-Semitism against non-Jews, and so we are hundreds of millions, and this is the key. This is the key to have a big win against the Pope and all these follows under him. So then we can then that he will have maybe tomorrow a terrible May. So we will see what happens in the future, but I think we are on a good way to solve this problem, and I'm very excited for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your heart. A few words from Bert Sion about remarks on anti-Semitism and the Bakasha. Please.
Thank you, Patrick, for your words. I wanted to speak later, but what you have shown now came to my heart, and I cannot sit and hear somebody else. We want to, excuse me if you can, please. We want to be obligated to the Torah, and because we represent Hashem, so people want to harm us. And this is why anti-Semitism was in the past, and this is why it is now. And when the nations are coming to be in the partnership with the Jewish people, so people that attack us now attack also you. So what we did in Europe, as you've seen here in the presentation, there is a definition in Germany and Europe about anti-Semitism that's supposed to defend Jewish people in Europe. So in the definition, you also have a you should have protect people that are not Jewish. In reality, it doesn't happen. And where is Anes? Anes said that we need solutions. This is the Mashiach is solutions. So today, one of the speakers came from Jerusalem, Rabbi Goldberg. He has connections with the Foreign Ministry department in Jerusalem. And what we are trying to do is to make a document that the nation of Ephraim is connected to the Jewish people. Therefore, the protection on Jewish people in Europe will be also on EFIS. So we are working on it. I hope that it would succeed. And also, there is the Jewish Defense League in all the world. We should tell them about you guys who's offended, and to be connected to one another, that somebody attacks you, the Jewish Defense League can come to you in Europe. So this is what I'm thinking about. And Dr. Yuval, you have a connection with the Shaliach of Chabad in Germany. What is his name? Rabbi Matthew Mendelssohn? From which city? Karlsruhe. So I asked Dr. Yuval and other Jewish people in Germany that have connections with Chabad emissaries like me. I'm This is Chabad house in Haifa. There are also Chabad houses in Germany, that they will be connected with people for the nation of Ephraim in Germany and also in Europe, in other countries that you are from. And they will support you and protect you in your states, but as much as they can by the definitions. We only need to speak to them and make the connection. This is what I felt that I must say. I want to say two more remarks, and we have after me Alex speaking. Okay. First, about solutions. We said about the solutions. So this is an epicenter. We are trying to bring people to the Torah and to Hashem by this epicenter, and epicenters are answering to hate. We spread love, and the more we expand the love, then the hatred would go. There is a question somebody asked, and there were two immediate answers about this question. The question was, when Hitler was a little child, will you kill him? So there was a group that says, no, he's a child, you don't kill a child. When he was adult, when he did all these things, okay, but you don't kill somebody that is a child. The second group said, definitely yes, because if we killed him when he was a child, doesn't make all the mess that he did after that. I suggest a third answer. The third answer is, when we create a culture of peace, we don't need to kill them, not as young and not as old. When he's speaking, nobody hears him, because people say we want peace and he speaks hatred. So he doesn't have somebody to listen, that he will listen to. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to make a culture of peace by epicenters, physical epicenters in Europe. Also here you have the first epicenter in the Holy Land. So this is something that we want to do. And we are requesting, I requested personally for you, the nation of Ephraim, you can help us. We've said that we in the future want to make a fundraiser, that we want to support this place. So if we have this place running and opening in Haifa, we can spread peace and love and make everybody effies, and then you don't have any Semites because all are same. But this is one. Second thing that I thought about is an application, a website. That we do a website. In this website, we will spread the 7 laws of Noah in the on web. So we have also already have Torah Club. Torah Club is something closed, and the people that want to come to Torah Club, they need a password and so on. We want to make also another thing, something open. The people can come to this website and hear about the 7 laws of Noah and become Efis. And when they become Efis, connect them to you to continue leading them and teaching them more deep about the Torah and so on. So we also have this vision that I want to do, to make an application like you have Facebook and WhatsApp. And you know, Facebook and WhatsApp were all, two of them were made by Jewish people, and very much successful people are using it today, the entire world. If we make a website about 7 laws of Noah, it will succeed like Facebook and WhatsApp succeed, because billions of people need 7 laws of Noah. So if we bring it to them in the right way, in a professional way, the people will come, and after the internet meeting, they will meet physical people, and they meet the nation of Ephraim. And as we said, we will establish communities of Efis and connections between people and travels to the Holy Land. Everything is possible. So this is something that I want to progress. I only wanted to comment that. So thank you very much, and please, Alex, come.
Thank you. I want to say that Alex is the last. We say in Hebrew, Acharon Chaviv. Chaviv is like a cute. I don't know. And my grandmother, when she met Alex, she said, no. He has a Yiddish podium. He has a Jewish face. So he is like a spy. He's going around, everyone thinks he's Jewish, but it's good, it's good. It doesn't bother anybody. So without further ado, the Sanhedrin advisor, the Ephraim Media Truth.
Everybody wants him to be.
Yeah, they want it to be. So Ephraim Media Truth. And of course, we couldn't have done it without him. Of course, as we're talking, we're live streaming to who knows how many places.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for everything you do at the embassy. And really been an honor to get to know you. And we'll continue creating chaos in exile and turning on the lights for the viewer. Go ahead.
Like Ariel said, we catch the chaos in the vessels. So first of all, with this presentation, Patrick ended with quoting Isaiah 13:11. So at this special time, my favorite in the Bible is Isaiah 11:13, because there it is said, the jealousy of Ephraim will vanish, and the harassment of Judah will also vanish. So that's for my department from Ephraim Media Truth, the main purpose to bring the connection between the nation of Ephraim and the Jewish people. So first of all, I would thank the nation of Ephraim today that they arrived 20 captives in the Holy Land. Oh, the Ephraim nation, they stand to the end. Almost every rabbi almost is gone, but we still have some left, so also great. So, I hope this works now. Yes.
This one you don't need?
No.
Darf nicht?
No, darf nicht.
You can move it along if you.
So
I also know a little bit of technology.
yeah, okay. So we have some problems with this adapter. I can definitely show the presentation to our live.
Why don't you just send it to them or open it up on the email?
Yes.
Save this one?
You can. Second. We have this one here.
So as Alex fixes up the details, I want to say also that the anti-Semitism, the clarity that Patrick spoke about in what he was saying, is that the law stands on our side, and the real question is, see, this is why the Sanhedrin advisors have a specific criteria. It's not about who knows the law the best. It's not about who has the biggest hard drive in his mind and who can hold as much information as possible. That's not what it is. There's Anshe Chayil, people of a warrior spirit. Yirei Elokim, God-fearing. So you could have the smartest judge in the world. If he's not God-fearing, he's not going to hold up the law. And so in Betzal, that they're not up for corruption, that they have a moral and ethical standing. And this is something that we saw, and this is something that Patrick also, I invite everyone to check out the video where Patrick spoke here when the four advisors sat together. He goes into detail about the Corona issue. And he speaks about how we saw that in every group of people in the world, half went this way and half went that way. And there was no way you could have thought that this half would go here and this half would go here. So there was no way, and every community all of a sudden split. The Jewish communities split up. I'm sure the Ephraim nation, certain people split.
Yes.
And Ulf is living in splits. But the point is that we saw a split of people, and it was beyond Jews or nations. In every culture, you saw the truth going this way, and the people that are without the common sense, without God's spirit, going the other way. So hopefully, of course, it's good that the nation of Ephraim has all the legal paperwork and all the evidence. But more importantly, and why we need the Sanhedrin is because you need someone to receive that information. You need people that are God-fearing, that actually are looking to put justice into the world and not just using the law in order to manipulate their own conclusion. So without further ado, Alex, once again.
Okay. Shalom. After almost 5 hours of live streaming, I hope the people out there are still awake. So our people are awake. So let's talk about the Ephraim Media Truth. So every business that wants to be successful has to have a unique selling proposition. So in our case, this is the Torah-based and science-focused information and publication service for the full restoration of the 12th tribe kingdom of Israel. So what does that mean? So we have Ephraim, media, and of course truth. So Ephraim is the part that's all about the tribes, all about the nation of Ephraim, the Jewish people, and so on. So media, of course, is the tool we use to get our information to the people. So in kind of text, audio, images, video, and interactive. What is interactive? Like a website, you can interact, or also gaming. So if we will have in the future a gaming, maybe a little war against Amalek or something like that, that would be really cool.
Or you could go to the stores with temple, I think.
Yes.
Put on to fill in with people, acts of kindness.
Yes, you
not
can
just
do-
killing. Okay.
No.
First person, instead of a first person shooter, we could have a first person doing acts of kindness or something. I don't know the name now, but we could try a first person doer doing goodness and kindness.
Yes.
We'll see.
We can only do stuff like you used to say.
So you have to have some killing going. Okay, so killing.
But the Eden shooter would be a bestseller.
Yes. So, and of course, what is truth? You are truth. I can see you, I can hear you, maybe now I can smell you, but you are definitely here, your truth, and also the Torah. Torah is truth, and our point we want to go is science. So all we do is science focused. So we have also Ulf developed this. We have a free PTV thing. So first of all, we have pray. So what do we want to pray? So are we an online thing with praying people? No, of course not. But Ephraim Media Truth continuously is spreading the word of God in all corners. So that's our form of praying. Then we have, of course, paying. So we sell our media products, and of course we are a licensing business. So in the end, the question always is, okay, who has the license of the Torah? Moshiach. So, and the third part is participate. So everyone who joins our Nation of Ephraim, Gemeinschaft Jakob, etc., Temple Coin, Holy Week Foundation, and so on, can participate. And in the term of Torah, he can do that in our Torah Club, and of course in our Zion 577 discussion group. So this concept, you should know that concept, because we have like the same similar concept. Like I call it just the Sanhedrin essentials, like praying, service to Hashem, giving charity, tzedakah, and Torah study, and of course halakha, the practical application. Because if you just read a book and you don't do it, it's like that. So next thing, our vision principles. So Ephraim Media Truth was created in 2018 with a Luke 12:2 vision, New Testament, for all that don't know, but no problem. There's nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. So what are the things we want to make known? So we have to make a little problem analysis. So in our world today, we have 3 major things that because of them, we still do not have the Geulah. So we have the whole thing with the Vatican City, the Roman Catholic religion. So where you have absolutely no truth and completely idolatry. Then we have in the middle, we have the thing that's the opposite of what Hannes told us about Temple Coin and trust account. We have the world financial system.
So there's absolutely no justice, because if you pay the judges and the all people you pay, you don't need justice. And the third part is the military-industrial complex, where you have no peace, because with peace you can also not make money. So that's the whole bloodshed issue. So we see that almost in the year 67, so almost 2,000 years, Rome is rolling. So almost or more than 1,000 years, the city of London was created, and for about 250, 30 years, we have Washington, D.C. And these three, let's call it ideologies, are similar with the three cities. So we have the Vatican City, the City of London, and Washington, D.C., which have a complete special status because they have all their own legal system, jurisdiction. So we have the Vatican City in Italy, the City of London in England, and of course Washington, D.C. in the USA. And these three big complexes, they are our main problems today. So, but like we have for every problem a solution, and in this case our solution is of course Jerusalem. So we can turn the idol worship system into, like I said, in Jerusalem there shall be a house of prayer for all the nations. So we can make Jerusalem really to the city of peace. And I know there is a whole stuff about the judges right now in Israel, but don't be afraid of that picture. If we are successful, then we really have, maybe we should have this building for the Sanhedrin. I think that's a really good idea, because it's a three-male building, and the question is, okay, who is sitting inside? So we can also make Jerusalem the city of justice, and of course Jerusalem shall be the city of truth, because the Torah shall go out from Zion. So what do we need to do to reach this goal? So we have our main enemies, let's call it today. So we have the church, we have Edom and the Pope that is spreading his lies like Babylon. Babylon means confusion in all over the world. And on the other hand, we have the socialists, the left-wing ruled globalist anti-God agenda. So, and now the Pope Francis, he's both. He's a socialist and he's the church. So he is representing all of that evil stuff. So, and for Ephraim Media Truth as a media company, our main enemies, of course, the mainstream media, the fake news media that's spreading all the lies and godless ideologies in all over the world. So there are three systems that have global, they want, no, they Anspruch, globalen Anspruch.
No, demand.
They have a global demand. They want to rule the world alone. So we have the church, of course, and we have the socialism. Communism is also a global thing, and we have, yes, in the end, Ephraim Media Truth will stay after they burn. And we have some things, some little problems with terrorists, but I don't think that's the main problem, because all the terrorists are supported by the church and financed by the socialism. So if we are able to destroy them by just telling the truth and doing all the good stuff like temple coins and our EFI cards and coming here to Israel, we have a really good chance to defeat them forever. So that is why Ephraim Media Truth is dedicated to publish truthful and accurate information and revelations on Bible-related topics for the worldwide scattered lost sheep from the house of Israel. Lost sheep are here, back in Israel. Perfect. So, and that's why we as Ephraim Media Truth, we see ourselves as a translator and a mediator between our lost tribes, the Ephraim and all the lost tribes that are lost completely in most of them in idolatry and paganism, and of course our dear Jewish Orthodox brothers. So then some business stuff at the end. Our potential customers. So we have 1.3 billion Catholics. So it's a difference if you are just a lost tribe, captive in Catholic, or if you're really from Edom and practicing with all your heart. So we have another 1 billion Christians, at least 50 million people from Joseph, and 40 million Jews. So all that numbers you see, if you see the map, the dark gray spaces, this is all where the Christians are. So we have the red one, this is Muslim, Arab. The yellow one is India, and Chinese is the green one. And all the other countries are potential countries where a lot of the lost tribes are located.
The nation of Ephraim has a list.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
We have
Everyone should be worried now. The 7 laws are on the way.
Yes, yes. So, and of course, we want to spread the truth about Ephraim and the lost tribes. But in the end, it would be an honor to publish all the Jewish stuff. Also, that is why our main purpose is the fight against fake news. Because my people are destroyed from lack of knowledge, and we need to fill this lack with pure milk, with pure Torah, and this is our enemy. And the question in the end: who is winning the Oscar, or what will stay in the end? So we have for all that do not know Hebrew, we have on the left we have the truth, Emet, and on the right we have Sheker, the lie. So as you see in the Hebrew written letters, the lie is standing only on one leg, and the truth, every single letter has two legs. So that means the lie will fall and the truth will stay in the end. Thank you for listening.
Well, so Alex, you've outdone me. I've never made such a nice PowerPoint presentation.
It's a keynote.
You win, you win. That's beautiful. So thank you, everybody. We won't keep you any longer. Let's keep fighting the good fight. We want Mashiach now. Thank you so much.